Alak naman sila.
Ay, ano pa ito?
Good day, everyone. Please be guided with our house rules. Set your microphone to mute. Turn it on only during the Q&A. Turn your camera off if experiencing difficulty in connection. Listen attentively to the speakers. Please be reminded that this session is recorded.
Good morning, Ma'am Daisy. I think you are muted, Ma'am Daisy. Can you turn on your microphone po?
Yes, good morning, Sir Rai. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to everyone. And of course, today is going to be a very significant day for all of us. It is actually a celebration of learning because we will be gaining a lot for today's webinar with our great speakers. Right, Sir Rai?
Yes, that's definitely correct, Ma'am Daisy. And of course, good morning and a pleasant day to you, Ma'am Daisy. You are so beautiful today. You look so stunning. And of course, to our participants who are right here right now, we have 65 participants rather joining us in this webinar. A pleasant and safe day to all of you. Okay, so we would like to encourage our participants as we go along with our webinar for today to please participate actively as we deliver to you, no, as we give to you our very highly esteemed speakers, no, from around the globe. Okay, and I would like to inform everybody that this webinar is from the University of Caloocan City in partnership with the Doctor of Education Management 2B with the title Reimagining Education in the Post-COVID-19 Era. Excuse me. With the,
Well,
yes ma'am.
yes, I'm sure our participants are now very excited, no? Because you see, this is something very timely for everybody, and this is for us, no? For us to gain a lot of knowledge this morning, Sir Rai.
And of course, Ma'am Daisy, we would like also to inform our participants to please stay tuned, no? Because we will be giving prizes as we go along with our webinar.
Ah,
Is that
yes,
correct,
okay.
ma'am?
Yes, we'll have a game later. So, dear participants, you have to be cooperative, listen well to our great speakers.
Correct. And we will be giving cash prizes via GCash. So
Yes.
later on,
Wow,
please,
cash prizes.
yes, stay tuned because we will be giving 500 pesos in cash. At the same time, e-load, no, Ma'am Daisy?
Wow. Can I join?
That's why we are encouraging our participants to actively participate in our today's webinar.
Yes. So let us again welcome them. We have 65 participants right now, Sir Rai.
Today's webinar will cover the topic on educational direction, school initiatives, and digital learning as it impacts on the overall educational system and framework, not only in the local aspect as well as in the global arena. This will be a very engaging day for all of us as we listen to the highly esteemed speakers that we invited, and that is for our participants for today. And
Yes.
of course, before we formally begin, we would like to extend our warmest thanks to the following who have joined us today in this webinar. Of course, the UCC administration.
Of course, we also have the UCC Graduate School Department,
We also have the UCC College of Education.
the UCC DEM2B, of course.
And from our different schools from Caloocan, we have Bagong Barrio National High School. We also have Caloocan High School.
And of
And
course, with all the faculty and guests.
Exactly, Ma'am Daisy. And again, do not forget to evaluate the entire program later. The link will be posted on your screen and in our chat box. Make sure that you have signed in before you will receive your e-certificate. And as you can see po in our chat box, we have now the link for our attendance. Again, no, I would like to remind our participants to please participate actively because we will be giving prizes po. We have 100 load via GCash and 500 cash via GCash also.
And also, Sir Rai, if they have questions later, they can key in their questions in our chat box.
Exactly.
Alright.
And our guests are very highly encouraged to answer those questions po or clarifications.
Okay. And of course, do not forget to register as well in the link which will be posted later on sa ating chat box. Okay? So, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please pay homage to our national anthem as we sing the Lupang Hinirang, and this will be shortly followed by a doxology.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigaw, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magdidilig. Luman ang araw ng waragin pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
I thought I had the answer. I thought I chose the surest road, but that road brought me here. So I put up a fight and told you how to help me. And just when I have given up, the truth is coming clear. Better
kailangan mo. Once again, to my dear colleagues, to our participants, a safe and blessed day to all of us. This webinar will never be possible without the guiding hands and support of our dear professor, the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Ramona A. Prado. Let's give her a round of applause. And to give us the welcome remarks, let us put our hands together in welcoming the Dean of the Graduate School, no less than Dr. Melchor S. Julianes.
Wow.
Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, everyone. To
Good morning po.
our professor of the graduate school who handled this subject, Dr. Ramona Prado, to our guest speaker, to the PhD students, other students who are inside the room, other graduate students who are invited to attend to this seminar, Mr. Ryan Sanchez and Daisy, the MC of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone and happy Sunday. The topic on reimagining education in the post-era, looking into what will be the environment after this pandemic. Reimagining, it seems that the stories of the modern world where it's either sustain us or bring us together, especially and meeting and or coping the needs of this pandemic. What will be the status of the workplace, the workforce in the post-COVID era? How can we be prepared for old normal to new normal and a modified old normal? How can we structure the environment the way how we use and the old and the new normal? The acceptability of the norms of the environment where we are in and cope the most or to the least the way how we can in this time of adjustment. Now in education, how education play in the tremendous development of learning is bring about by this pandemic, brought about the digital, the distance, and other mode of learning where we are in this time. How the students brings about the learnings in embracing this new normal situation. What really the issues and challenges that may crop up in teachers, learners, and management with regards to educational opportunity. With this, how can we embrace these particular trends? So this activity is very timely for all of us because we can move forward. We can go for the best. We can look for other things that we can be until after we meet all these needs for all of us, especially to our learners, which this the offshoots of every undertaking or that we are doing. So with this seminar, I really congratulate you, especially the leadership of our Dean of the College of Education, at the same time Professor of the Graduate School, Dr. Mona Prado. This will guide you in the future directions or insight as educators in the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity of giving me the time to meet you, especially though it's on the virtual. But rest assured that the graduate school is very supportive to all the undertaking of all my students, of all the students in the graduate school, with the support of our OIC president, Professor Marilyn T. De Jesus, and of course to our mayor, Mayor Oscar Malapitan and Kong Along Malapitan. So always support for the development of the university, and of course, strongly support the vision and mission of the graduate school of the university. So with this, thank you very much and good luck to each and every one of us, or every one of you, of your endeavor. May God bless us all and mabuhay lahat. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Melchor Julianes, Dean of the Graduate School, and of course, Vice President for Student Affairs. Thank you for giving us a very welcoming remarks, and we are truly very grateful because we know that you are busy, but thank you so much for taking your time with us, sir. Thank you so much. And now, my dear participants, to enlighten us about this webinar, let us listen to the statement of purpose and rationale to be given to us by a very competent teacher and one of the pride of Bagong Barrio National High School. Let us give Mr. Nicolay Cajefe a virtual round of applause.
Philippines has declared a national public health emergency to contain the spread.
24,787 na ang lahat.
We are facing a COVID-19 education crisis. According to the report of UNICEF, schools for more than 168 million children globally have been closed for almost a full year. With every day that goes by, these children will fall further behind, and the most vulnerable will pay the heaviest price. Governments must reopen schools better than before and ensure every child can return to school. In the period between March 11, 2020 and February 2, 2021, schools have been fully closed for an average of 95 instruction days globally, which represents approximately half the time intended for classroom instruction. Globally, 214 million students from pre-primary to upper secondary education in 23 countries have missed at least 3/4 of classroom instruction time since March 2020. Of these 214 million students, 168 million in foreign countries miss almost all classroom instruction time due to school closures. On average, in countries where schools are still closed as of February 2, 2021, nearly 80% of classroom instruction has been missed in the 11-month period since March 2020. In the Philippines, schools are remained closed prior to the opening of classes last June of 2020 because of the COVID-19 scare.
There will be no face-to-face classes and sessions until we are assured of the safety of our children and our teachers.
Authorities believed that schooling can continue even from home. They are implementing distance learning or remote learning, a method that delivers lessons through various ways, including online, television, radio, and printed materials. Over 20 million students from kindergarten to high school nationwide have signed up for the new school year. College and universities also shifted to distance schooling, affecting over 3 million students. Education officials have come up with web-based platforms wherein stakeholders can share learning materials. Kinder to high school learners are using debit commons, which can be accessed free of data charges, between the partnership of DepEd and Telcos. Meanwhile, SHED developed the PhilConnect website, which contains audio, text, video, and other digital content that can be used for teaching and research. For teachers, distance learning means exerting extra effort to reach students. They have to do creative and educational content which contain essential lessons that could be easily absorbed and digested by the students.
This webinar will be focusing on the reimagining of education in the post-COVID-19 era. The what's and hows of the future will be presented and discussed by the high-caliber educational experts. This aims to provide an avenue for education stakeholders in equipping oneself on the curriculum implementation, learning delivery in the new normal, as well as the trends, issues, challenges, and updates as to how the education continues amidst pandemic and the future of educational system in the post-COVID-19 era.
All right, Ma'am Daisy, there you have it, our statement of purpose and rationale. That was a very innovative way of delivering that purpose, right? Thank you
Yes,
so much, Sir
yes,
Nicolai.
Thank you so much, Sir Nico. No, that was truly a very comprehensive presentation of the webinar's purpose and rationale.
It is indeed that our situation right now caused by COVID-19 pandemic made a big impact on our educational system as well as its future. That's why we bring this seminar to you. But then this pandemic we will never hamper no our purpose to continue education. That's why we have shifted our ways and means to deliver education. We have turned our blackboard into screens, our hardbound books into ebooks, and our homes as our class homes. So whatever the situation is, truly education continues. And again, we would like to remind our participants who are joining us today, do not forget to evaluate the entire program later on. The link will be posted, no? And of course, we have on our screen our attendance. Do not forget also to sign in and make sure that you have signed in po, no, because that is very essential po for receiving your e-certificate. And now, moving on, we have come to the heart of today's session. And to introduce our first resource speaker, may I call in Mr. Danilo Baraquiel, Master Teacher 1 from Macario Boy Asistio Senior High School. Good morning, Sir Dan.
Good morning, Sir Rai. Good morning, Ma'am Daisy. Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning, Sir Dan.
So here at the University of Caloocan City, we embrace everyone challenge and look it as a platform of growth, which we stand not only today, but of the future as educators. It is such an honor to witness such meaningful event like this and be one with this ultimate goal of reaching out our learners, especially in these trying times when they need us the most. As we hope to see the light at the end of tunnel, we are very blessed to be joined by a very special guest with her generosity in sharing her expertise. She was named Pioneer Professor of Sustainability in the Aim to Flourish initiative of the Fowler Center's business as agent of world benefit of Case Western Reserve University, Ohio, USA. She is the Asia Ambassador of LEAP for Sustainability Mindset, a working group of the United Nations Principles of Responsible Management Education and the UN Global Compact. She is the only Filipino signatory of the COP21 open letter of the academics to the world leaders during the 2015 UN Climate Change Conference in Paris, and a founding member of the Environmental Association of Universities and Colleges, based in UK. The Minervas, an international women's group based in Florida, USA, awarded her as a Woman Prime Mover. Her national accolades include recognition as diplomat in business education, the highest recognition for educators given by the Philippine Academy of Professionals in Business Education, as outstanding educator in management by the Philippine Council of Deans and Educators in Business, and the Philippine Commission on Higher Education, the Luis I. Ablasa Jr. Distinguished Professorial Chair in Entrepreneurship by the San Beda College Alumni Foundation, the Outstanding Entrepreneurship Educator Award by the Entrepreneurship Educators Association of the Philippines, and as one of the 40 Outstanding Alumni Awardee of Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. Her book, Good Work is Good Business, has been published internationally, and she was featured as one of the 11 thought leaders in the book Brave Leaders. She is an author and co-author of textbooks on entrepreneurship, a global speaker, a cross-cultural researcher, an innovation coach, a sustainability mentor, and a lifelong education advocate. In 2018, she founded Big Institute, Beyond Individual Good Institute, a Philippine-based globally affiliated innovation center for design thinking, human capital development, and leadership training. And in 2020, at the height of the global pandemic, she co-founded Future Skills 101, a Singapore-based free online academy that helps communities of need. She is a wife to finance executive and a mother to 4 young adults. Her bachelor's degree in economics, cum laude, and her master's in business administration were both earned as an academic scholar of the premier City University of Manila, or the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. She earned her Doctor of Philosophy in Management from the University of St. Gallen, Switzerland, and rose the ranks in the Philippine academic scene until becoming Dean of a graduate school and a Vice President for Academic Affairs of an aviation college. Currently, she is the Director of the Academic Affairs of UST Angelicum College and the Deans of its college department. Ladies and gentlemen, please send your virtual claps and join me welcoming our more accurate, competent, and credible resource speaker, Dean Eunice Maret Q. Ariola, PhD, HSG. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, everyone. Just allow me to share my screen, if you may. It is a pleasure to join fellow academics this morning. And I always believe that an educator doesn't stop from learning because an educator cannot give what an educator doesn't have. So when I was invited by a former student in PLM to join you, I didn't hesitate. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to express my gratitude to the VPA of the university, Dr. Julianes, as well as the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Ramon Prado. I'd like to begin by looking again at this title that was given to me, and that is about structuring education in the post-COVID-19 era towards digital learning. And I'd like to say that the title itself is so loaded, and I'd like to ask your indulgence. I hope that I could be able to give justice to this particular topic in my discussion. I didn't enter the academic scene the way you do, and I did not major in education the way a lot of you did. I came in the academic scene from the back door, and through a degree in business economics and an MBA, I began my journey as an educator. However, through the years, in my 30 years in the academics, I have embraced all the challenges and the victories, or all the good and the bad, everything that comes in that milieu that we call education. And in the recent time, there were a lot of situations that caused me as an educator to rethink and allowed me to challenge the educators around me to rethink as well this new thing about education. And I'd like to talk about these three black swan events. Not just the COVID-19 that everyone is battling even of yet, but even the ones that were talked about as early as 2016, when I was attending a global conference on a theme called The Future of Education. And that is VUCA, The second one is the digital divide. And of course, the third one is COVID-19. These are three black swan events that I know really shaped the education milieu and the way we know education now. What is VUCA? VUCA was first used among the military personnel in the US, and VUCA means a world that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And if a world is existing like this one, it is certainly something that will affect education as well. We can see that it is foregrounded by social divides, lack of fairness, absence of cooperation, failure of global governance and leadership, exacerbated systemic changes, retreat from globalism, rise of nationalism, fear of immigration, even the decoupling of US and China and the fear of heightened surveillance, the growing appeal of well-being policies that is from ego to ecosystem, the rise of tech and online presence, as well as the acceleration of automation. All of these are part of the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world that we come to know as VUCA. The differences in time zones and velocity zones, they're changing at an extreme pace, and governments are being called to take time to consider all of their constituents, and citizens want immediate answers and solutions from their governments. So this particular situation really challenged not only civil society, but the ones that is biggest affected is, of course, the area of education. The second black swan that I would like to talk about is, of course, the education equity in crisis caused by the digital divide. Here we are teaching our students, engaging our learners for our teaching platform. And the divide is so huge because they are digital natives and we are digital immigrants. I'd like to believe that a lot of people who were thrust in the limelight during the pandemic to revolutionize education were really not prepared to do that, because a lot of them were seasoned educators. Those were educated in the traditional way. And so it was difficult for them to cross over this digital divide that was brought about by these events. So that's how different we are in terms of comparing our students with the way we are in the age of computer literacy and all the digital differences. And of course, the third black swan that caused the way we are looking at education now is the coronavirus. And this pandemic, which started as a health crisis, eventually became an economic crisis and now an education crisis. And we are not certain yet when this will end and how far it will still affect our lives as we know it today. However, we cannot be removed from the realities of us being educators. And no matter what the concerns are in the world, we have to stick to what we do best and where we are expected to make our contribution, and that is in equipping our learners with the skills that they need in their lives in the future. And even though there has been a return on zero strategic planning in many corporations, and in education, there may be a shift in so many things. However, we still go back to those skills that we need to develop among our learners. And we are here in order to guide them to have all of these learning skills of critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, the literacy skills of information, media, and technology, which proved valuable at this time, and of course, the life skills that would allow them to be good human beings in the future. Human beings who are impactful and are ready to face the world and be a potent part of the change in society. Those life skills are flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, and a lot of social skills. If you take a look at the discussion at the time in 2016, 2017, when they were talking about the future of education, they've already identified 20, 30 skills that are needed. And they include, and they are not really far from the ones that was crafted many years ago when 21st century skills was introduced to us. It was still complex problem solving, coordinating with others, people management, critical thinking, negotiation, quality control, service orientation, judgment and decision making, active listening, and of course, creativity. Because in the end, education should remain lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-sustaining. For all the many new things that we are trying to introduce in the education arena, at the end of the day, we still question ourselves as educators if what we shared are really the love for learning that will allow them to have a knowledge and wisdom that will equip them in their lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-sustaining journey. So those three black swans, as we call them in the world of business, these are black swans are the ones that protrude. They are so different. They are really something that shake the environment. We are only as strong as our weakest link. So all of these three black swans that I have mentioned, however different or difficult they are, they certainly have something that we can think about as response. Let's take a look at the first one, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Is there an answer to VUCA, to a VUCA world? How do we go about facing a VUCA world? In the business world, that is what we tell them. We tell our students, we tell our graduate students in business that in order to face volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity is another VUCA. And that is whenever there is a volatility, it pays a lot if leaders in any sector has the vision, In the face of uncertainty, it is important that there is a very clear understanding of what we wanted to happen. That in the face of complexity, there has to be clarity, because as educators, we cannot solve everything. After all, there is no one solution to everything. There is no panacea. And in the face of ambiguity, it is important that we learn how to adapt and be agile. So in the face of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, or VUCA, the solution is also VUCA. Knowing where we want to go, understanding where we are and what is facing us at the moment and how we deal with this moment, clarity on where we want to take our organizations and our education platform, and adaptability, because we cannot be sure of what will happen in the future. So VUCA is also the answer to VUCA, and that is vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. And we go back to the trifecta of learning and the digital divide. The trifecta of learning, as we know it, it is not different. It is still making sure that our learners are able to have that intellectual independence, that they are self-directed. We cannot teach them everything, but we can, of course, develop in them the love for learning. And as we open the portal of knowledge seeking, we invite them there with so much excitement, with so much curiosity, because if the teachers are not able to do this, and we begin to think about spoon feeding our learners, then our desire, our objective will not be met. However, if we develop in them the love for learning, then they become self-directed learners, and they will have that intellectual independence. It's also important that we develop in our learners their critical thinking, that they're able to discern for the objective truth. The digital platform has a lot of facts and pseudo facts. And if our students are not able to discern which of the many things that they're able to read and access are really relevant in their lives, are really valuable and important and true, then we have not been successful in our role as educators, because there are many ways by which they can get information, but there is only one truth in the information that they get. The third one is, while we develop in them all these skills and this love for learning and critical thinking, it is also important that we develop in our learners, in the advent of this digital divide, what is it that they were able to learn that will be useful in their roles, in the different professions that they will have in the future. And that is allowing them to have relevant action. That is giving them the courage to make and initiate positive and timely action. From knowing, loving to learn, knowing how to learn, and doing something that is an effect of the learning, is something that is really important for us as teachers to develop among our learners. It is very important that we go back to this 17 SDGs. A lot of people are talking about this now. It is not just about the environment. It is a lot about the social ills of the world. And we as educators are valuable, not just on the fourth UN SDG of giving quality education, but I think in all of these items here, the teachers affect their students in so many different ways. Sometimes we don't even realize it, but when we do our roles as educators, we will realize that all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are actually anchored on the things that our learners are getting from our classrooms and our classes in their interaction with their mentors, and in the many platforms that we are given to speak about the value of making sure that we make positive contribution to the world. We talk about skills that are innovative and impactful, skills that are not only current but are also futurist. If you are an educator, you are supposed to be aware of the future of work. The future of work is no longer the kind of work arena that we know of, or the kind of work arena that we were educated about. So when we try to equip our learners with those skills, we think about not only of the current skills, but the futurist skills, and not just the digital skills, but also the human skills, the more important human skills. The digital divide is bridged through the course of the years from these many MOOCs or online courses, and I have listed them here based on market presence. Still on top one is LinkedIn Learning, and then you have Pluralsight and Udemy and Udacity and Coursera, all through the more famous recently, which is Khan Academy, all through edX and Cloud Academy, etc. So all of these online courses are there. But then again, in as much as there are a lot of information that you can read and you can access through podcasts and all of these video shows, YouTube shows that you can get link of, it is important that in the way that you watch them and you listen to all of these lessons, it's important that you also know which lessons are valuable to keep. Otherwise, the information overload can also happen. What are some of the best practices for online teaching and learning that is trying to bridge that digital divide? As an educator, we are made to understand that it's best to teach online when there is a cohort model. There's small group and people know each other in the digital classroom. There's focus on active listening. There's discussion and not just watching and listening to video and audio clips. But there's also a lot of live chat, interacting with the learners and the teachers. That it is short, organized in module. 45 minutes is already the maximum for that kind of online learning as we know it, the asynchronous format, because the time span, the attention span of the listeners would have to be considered as well. And in the Philippines, it's also about digital connectivity. So we have to maximize the little time that this data connectivity is made available to both the educators and the learners. That there are clear datelines for assignments. There's physical and mental presence, although it's remote, although we're just facing a Zoom camera or a digital platform, that the experience is felt. Okay? Instructors' presence is very critical because the courses can be rigorous even though it's online, it's more demanding, it requires attention and of course engagement. That we're able to respond selectively and effectively. It is important in this digital way that we are teaching, we can still humanize the online learning experience. I think a lot of things are learned online already. Students come to the class, they attend classes because of the unique human interaction that they're able to get when they meet their teachers, when they meet their faculty members. And it's not just really about what you download to them in terms of information. There has to be multiple engagement points. That is, we allow our students to reach out to us through many platforms that are readily available when they want guidance, and that we schedule weekly sessions, and that we are, they can contact us easily and frequently without compromising work-life balance, without compromising the time element where teachers are supposed to rest as well. But at the back of their minds, our students should have that confidence that whenever they need our assistance as educators, they can come to us and make clarification. Easy to follow course designs are also important in the digital learning. And talking points, or what we call in entrepreneurship as elevator speech, that you're able to drive home the information, the excitement, the move to act on certain projects that you are initiating while you are doing the lecture. And in a nutshell, it would allow the student to have their fundamental opinions about the topic and be confident to share them in open discussion. So the positive learning from flipped class method is again made for us to remember and go back to and use again, that when our students face us in our virtual session, they are prepared, they were able to read a lot of the things that we have already uploaded in the asynchronous LMS. And after the interaction with us, which is not really to download lecture, but to emphasize the exchange of learning and the interaction that is very necessary, they go back to us and question themselves about the relevance of what they have learned and how those learning can allow them to make positive actions, as you have mentioned in the trifecta of learning a while ago. Some of the keys to successful digital learning are the following: that we embrace the principle that less is more, that we enlist help in communicating our plan, especially for the more seasoned academics who are no longer savvy in terms of technology, that they seek help to younger individuals who are more attuned into the technology. Make leaders into teachers, use learner-centered design, and tap into the power of learning partnerships. It is no longer the sage on the stage, but this is an important example of tapping learning partnerships in the learning platform of every individual, that we get to tap the resources of people outside the organization who can also help us. And of course, just like anything in pedagogy, we have to measure the impact of what we do, either face-to-face and, more importantly, when we do it on the digital platform. In the digital learning, there are already 45% of born believers, those who believe that digital learning is valuable. And I think that's the reason behind the proliferation of all the MOOCs, the massive online courses, as I mentioned a while ago. A growing number of the convinced, 43%, after this that took place in 2020, after the things that have changed because of the pandemic. A lot more people are convinced that digital learning is valuable, but there are also this small percentage of the awoken who are late in realizing that digital learning can be made important and valuable and exciting. But it's not only zeroing in on technology. Okay? It is not the tool that is important, but the content. And these inflection points allowed us to look at education with a utopian imagination, a compelling vision of what better looks like. It seems to be good already, and there's still better. And we always think of how better can we still introduce our methodologies, how better can we still improve our teaching modality. Everything that's happening now is part of the movement massa, and that's also giving us the time to reflect, going beyond the no, what we do not want, to a yes, what we do want. And what we do want is for both the teachers and the learners to be continuously loving to learn, seeking ways by which to learn, finding new methodologies by which to learn more efficiently. Because in the end, an education is only good when it's able to create positive action. An education that has impact, that has influence, because it has all of this variety of inputs. But then again, we ask ourselves, can we digitalize everything? Can we put everything on the computer, on technology? Can we rely everything that we teach inside the classroom on technology? Let this video answer you.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business models. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, with ecosystems. Reality is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, read, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
It's not about technology, it's the humanity who makes technology happen. And it's the humanity and the sensitivity to human emotions that will allow this technology to be valuable. Digital learning is not just about technology, it's the content. It's the spirit of education and learning that has to be seen in every technological tool that we are able to introduce. And finally, the last black swan that we have mentioned a while ago, and that's COVID-19. As educators, our contribution, we are not doctors of medicine. We are not part of the invention of medicines and vaccines to be able to counteract this health crisis. However, as educators, we go to the core of us being human beings and being educators, and we look at COVID-19 as a black swan, but also a way of making our positive contribution to the world as we would like to see it later on. And I'd like to end this particular session with this quote from Arundhati Roy, an Indian poet and activist and environmentalist who, in the beginning of the pandemic, talked about the pandemic being a portal. And she said, what is this thing that has happened to us? It is a virus, yes. In and of itself, it holds no moral belief, but it is definitely more than a virus. Some believe it is God's way of bringing us to our senses. Others say it is a Chinese conspiracy to take over the world. Whatever it is, coronavirus made the mighty kneel and brought the world to a halt like nothing could. Our minds are still racing back and forth, longing for a return to normality, trying to stitch our future to our past, and refusing to acknowledge the rapture. But the rapture exists. And in the midst of this terrible despair, it offers us a chance to rethink the doomsday machine we have built for ourselves. Nothing, and I say nothing, could be worse than a return to normality. Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas and dead policies, may I add, and dead styles of teaching, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly with very little luggage, ready to imagine another world, ready to imagine another education world, ready to imagine a new educator, ready to imagine a new education, and ready to fight for it. There are catalysts that we can see because of these new realities. Our key behaviors have changed. We have appreciated nature once again. We are looking at work-life balance. We are talking about the efficiency in working and learning remotely. We are switching to renewables. However, we have to zero in again on a self-directed search for knowledge. And in the end, when we reflect as educators, we go back to this Japanese concept, a reason for being, and that education should be an education with a purpose, an education that will allow our learners to see in us, as we give it to them, the things that we love, the things that we are passionate about, our mission, our profession, our vocation, and allow them to also find what they are good at, what they love, what the world needs, and what they can be paid for. Because our role as educators, pandemic or none, VUCA or none, digital divide or digital assimilation, our role as educators will never change. And that role is to create and develop a world where people are better, because people do not exercise apathy. People are conscious of the existence of a fellow human being around them. And when we teach, we always emphasize that, hatred is not the opposite of love. The opposite of love is apathy. And so we try to encourage in everything we do as teachers and in our students what we call empathy. To be present in the moment, to feel the moment, to be excited in the future, and to hope that all of our future will always be better. Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Eunice. That was truly a very informative and comprehensive talk about structuring education in the post-COVID era towards digital learning. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so as we can see, Sir Rai, the COVID-19 has resulted in schools shut all across the world. No, that's very true. Globally, many children are out now of the classroom. So according to Dr. Eunice, indeed, the Black Swan events have shaken our lives and our educational system. Okay, so as a result, education has changed dramatically with the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. Okay, so that is why the topic of Dr. Eunice is really very timely. No, we learned so much from her, that education should remain. It should remain lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-sustaining. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Eunice Mareth Ariola.
Okay, so at this juncture po, for our participants, if you have questions or clarifications, you can key in your questions po because we are now in our open forum po. And I believe that our very competent speaker, Dr. Eunice, is very willing to respond on your queries po. Okay?
All right. So
And
to
I
our
just would
dear
like to add
participant,
on, Ma'am Daisy, no,
yes, yes,
I
Sir
am so
Rai.
struck with the presentation of the Oculus, no, the transition of Boca, no, from brutality,
Yes.
uncertainty,
Okay.
complexity to ambiguity into something positive, no, because Boca is the answer also in Boca, which we have the
Yes.
vision, understanding, clarity, and
And
agility.
agility,
Di ba
correct.
napakaganda? That's a very good
Yes. Actually,
response.
I jot it down, no? If buka is the problem, buka is the solution as well. You see?
Correct.
That is very nice. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Eunice. So do we have
And
any questions coming from our participants, Sir Rai?
I have seen nothing po, no, and I also would like to emphasize also, no, the what they call this, the different ways on how we can respond to these situations that we have, no. Based
Yes.
on the video presentation, we should act strategically, and I think that is very important, no, in all aspects, in all areas. We need to really work strategically, no. We need to foster innovation, leverage network, that is also important, inspire engagement, no. We have transitioned to this webinar, no. Dati seminar tayo, face to face, physical, but of course with the pandemic we are attending webinar like this. And of course, do not forget to develop personal adaptability. That is also one of the important things that we need to develop among us.
Yes. So we do not have any questions as of the
Yes.
moment, Sir Rai. But according to I saw the chat box. Dr. Prado said, "Thank you so much to Dr. Eunice Ariola for taking her time with us today."
Thank you as well for inviting me.
I guess our participants are well delighted or enlightened rather from the talk of Dr. Eunice Ariola. So let's now move on to the next part. At this point, let us proceed to the awarding of certificate. And I would like to invite the Dean of the College of Education, our dear professor, of course, Dr. Ramona A. Prado, no? And allow me to read po the citation. University of Caloocan City Graduate School, Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management. Certificate of Recognition is merited upon Dr. Eunice Maretcu Ariola, HSG, for imparting her meritorious service and invaluable time as a resource speaker in bringing light on the topic structuring education in the post-COVID-19 era towards digital learning with the theme Reimagining Education in the Post-COVID-19 Era, made possible on June 13, 2021, accorded this 13th day of June 2021, Caloocan City, Philippines, via Zoom platform. Signed, Ramona A. Prado, EDD, Professor, Program Director, Dean College of Education. Melchor S. Julianes, EDD, PhD, DPA, Vice President for Students Affairs, and Dean of the Graduate School. So thank you so much po, Dr. Eunice. May we invite Dr. Prado po to join us
Yes,
on screen po for our
thank
photo
you,
op po.
Dr. Ariola, for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you po for inviting me.
Okay. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a virtual round of applause to our very competent speaker, Dr. Eunice Ariola, HSG. Thank you
Okay.
po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eunice. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we have now our next speaker. And to introduce our speaker number 2, I would like to call in the reading coordinator, one of the competent teachers of Bagong Barrio National High School. She's none other than the very charming Miss Mabel Martinez.
Thank you, Sir Rai and Ma'am Daisy, and good day, everyone. I hope everyone is still excited for more. So before I introduce our second speaker, allow me to give insights about what we are about to hear. The unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic led us to shift in this new paradigm and new normal in the education settings. And so We are now looking forward into the future situation of the educational system by adapting innovations and probable changes in its implementation. And with that, we are fortunate to be honored by his presence, a highly respectable, competent, and most credible speaker. He began his career in education as a classroom instructor and leader in UP Integrated School. He is also a distinguished educator from the UP College of Education. He also holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning and business administration from the University of the Philippines and the Ateneo Graduate School of Business. He was the former schools division superintendent in the division of Cabanatuan City, the division of Zambales, and division of Pampanga. He was also the former regional director from DepEd Region 9, DepEd Region 3, DepEd Region 1, and DepEd NCR. At present, he is now the Department of Education officer in charge of the Office of the Assistant Secretary for the National Academy of Sports and Field Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss his insights on the topic, Envisioning Education in the Post-COVID-19 Era School Initiatives, a resounding virtual applause for ASEC Malcolm S. Garma. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning to everyone. Before I start, may I know if my audio is clear?
Yes po, sir. You're
Okay, thank
audible
you.
po.
Sige. So again, good morning to everyone, and I would like to thank the University of the East graduate program, graduate school, for inviting me. And of course, to the person who really persisted, to really invite me over to become one of your resource speakers, si Ma'am Weng, de la Cruz. Alam nyo, Sunday, di ba? Mahirap humanap ng oras pagka linggo because we usually devote our weekend to our families after a week-long work. But I guess this is a very opportune time for everyone to really, it's not only about learning, it's not only about the insights, the messages, or the presentation, but really a form of reflection for everyone of us in the education sector, and to really ponder upon ourselves, what is happening at the moment. And of course, I have heard the word uncertainty, ambiguity, and what will happen next to us in the education sector. So, isama natin itong matututunan natin sa ating pagninilay-nilay, pagmumuni-muni, together with our spirituality that the Lord Almighty would be able to guide us, and provide us with the right wisdom to be able to sustain, to survive, and to move on, with what is ahead of us in the education sector. So I think the topic that was given to me is reimagining the education landscape, beyond the COVID. So it's very hard really to determine what is beyond the COVID, because we all know, for one, when the COVID will end, I don't know for a fact kung meron bang timetable, itong ganitong klaseng virus. And of course, as we have experienced the COVID-19, and as we have experienced similar virus or pandemic before, so we know for certain that hindi ito yung huli, This will not be the last, and I think there will be other pandemic that will happen to humanity in the near future. So it's really hard to say what is in store for us post pandemic, post COVID. But I guess what we refer to as post is really, after the introduction of the vaccines, already available. So we are hoping that if ever we get to be vaccinated, no, as a population, and we are able to acquire, no, what we call as the herd immunity, and we are hoping that by that time we can go back to the normal. So, but again, we need to redefine what is normal, no, in the context of what we have experienced, or what we are experiencing right now. More so in the field of education. So what do we mean by the new normal, or are we getting back to what we think was normal? Okay. Uh, when I was the regional director of the National Capital Region, I assumed office uh, just before the COVID. No? So that was 2019. Uh, and you know, at the time, wala tayong idea, no, or we don't even know that this will happen to us, even though at the time during the last quarter of that year, the COVID has already started in China. So at that time, we were already talking about, you know, giving a chance for education in the national capital region, to have a certain degree of innovation. But we were coming, not because of the COVID, of course, hindi pa natin alam at that time, but we were coming from the perspective that education should be connected with human development, the way communities or the way cities are developed, especially in the national capital region, that we are looking at very high growth rate of population increase. I guess uh, the national capital region would have more or less a 15% growth rate in terms of population. And you know, that would be translated in millions of residents in the national capital region for the next 5 to 10 years. So uh, at that time, we took the initiative of really involving the local government units in the national capital region, and tried to look at education context of how they plan for the cities, how the cities develop. Uh, we cannot isolate education from human development. Definitely, we need to take into consideration, one is the human settlement, how people move in and out of communities. So in the national capital region, we all know for a fact that with this kind of population growth rate, the problem is how can we build more schools if we don't have available buildable spaces anymore in our schools. So hindi na tayo, kahit siguro mayroon tayong budget, mayroon tayong pondo to build more classrooms. So I guess the problem is really where to build these classrooms, these additional classrooms. So in that context, we were already thinking of, you know, moving away, or veering away from the use of classrooms uh, as the main modality or the main platform for learning delivery. So that was prior to the COVID. And, you know, uh, I think that kind of idea would not really be acceptable for many, because we all know that when we say learning delivery, the most effective way of learning delivery, of course, would be the classroom or the face-to-face. In fact, we were introduced to that concept. No? So before, we used the term in school, no? Or school-based. But later on, we were introduced to that concept of face-to-face. No? So, but you know, face-to-face can also be online. No? As long as, you know, it's something that is synchronous. So we see each other, that is already face to face. But we get to use the term face to face in the context of classrooms or school-based. So hindi mahirap o mahirap tanggapin at that time na hindi na face-to-face because, well, we do this for those who are in DepEd, no? We do this and we call this as alternative delivery modes, no? So we do this, we veer away from the face-to-face or the in-school whenever there are calamities, no? So we have what we call as alternative delivery modes. So we use modules, or probably at that time, even at that time, we do online to be able to cope with the missed classes, no, because of flooding, typhoon, earthquake in other areas. So yun lang, no, yung pananaw natin about home-based learning or going away from the classroom-based learning. So it's very hard to sell at the time that, you know, NCR 5 to 10 years from now, or probably 3 to 5 years from now, will be doing the blended learning. So at the time, parang walang maka-imagine how to do it. And the COVID-19 happened. So we were locked down. If you remember, the National Capital Region was the first region to lock down. And at that time, we have not finished the school year yet. No? And everybody in the National Capital Region would ask, paano natin tatapusin yung klase kung hindi napapasok ang mga bata? So there were so many alternatives that were introduced, no, to be able to complete the remaining part of the school year. So that COVID, when COVID happened to us, no, actually for me, it's actually the validation. It's actually the uh, the evidence that we were looking for, that, you know, there is a need now to innovate, no? So to veer away from the traditional way of learning delivery to a more innovative, technology-based learning delivery. So for me, COVID-19 is actually an opportunity for education. So I think it's a breather for education. The problem, I think, of learners, no, in their part, is not really in terms of achievement, but it's really on motivation. So, you know, they would always tell us as parents, no, probably as parents, I don't want to go to school. School is boring and everything. So I'd rather go online. I'd rather, at that time, no, hindi pa talaga nala-lockdown. So I think that already gave us the signal that you know, we should be doing something about the way we deliver learning, especially to the kind of learners that we have right now. So we're now dealing not only with millennials, but, you know, we are already dealing with what we term as Generation Z, and the onset of what we call as the Alpha generation. So yung Alpha generation, ito na yung mga toddlers, no? Or probably they are in kindergarten or grade 1 now. So one attribute of the Alpha generation is that they are born with it. So they are the very manifestation of what we call as digital natives. No? So hindi nyo kailangan turuan. So, if you observe among our children, among our grandchildren, no? Mga bata ngayon, so they can turn on gadgets, no? Even before they learn reading. So you observe that. So hindi pa sila marunong magbasa, but they can switch on the TV. They can turn on your iPhone, your laptops and everything, because they work with symbols. No, so it's not anymore about letters. It's not anymore about phonetics, but they work on symbols. So the digital world is becoming a world of symbols, no? So, you will be surprised. Paano mo na-switch on yung TV? Hindi mo pa alam basahin yung POWER, which is power. But basically, when we observe the remote control, so universal, no, yung power. So it's a red button with a triangle inside. So whenever you see that, that means it's something that you can push and make the TV work. The TV works. No? So these are the things that probably our learners these are the kind of learners that we have that will give us that signal that we need to change some of the ways that we do, even in reading. So siguro lahat tayo lumaki doon sa paraan ng pagbasa, no, what we call as phonetics, no. We read through sounds, no. And then we connect the sounds and be able to form the word. But there again, for the alpha gen or the C gen, they work on symbols. So ang tawag na rito spot reading. So whenever they see these letters, combined letters, they would, these combined letters would give them meanings. So yun yung paraan nila ng pagbasa. How do we adapt with this kind of learners? So it is the kind of learning that we had as educators would complement that kind of learning style that our learners have. I've heard Karina during the presentation of documents. It's not about technology, and I agree with that. So it's not about technology. Technology, the technology of the day may already be ang tawag natin diyan, nalaos na yan bukas. So ganun kabilis, no, yung advancement, the dynamics of technology. So technology is a way of life. So it's something that it's already, or we coexist with technology. But again, the question is, how do we use this? For me, it's not every time that technology would be useful for us. So it will depend on our needs, ba yung mga pangangailangan natin. It will depend on how we define relevance. No? So I think importante yung salitang relevance so far as technologies. So this is not just about COVID. So in fact, the COVID is actually the trigger. No? It's an opportunity. Again, as I have said, it's a breather for education. It's something that tells us that, as educators, dapat siguro baguhin na rin natin, no? Yung paraan ng pagtuturo, yung paraan ng pag-aaral. So I guess it's important now that we are already here. And I think what is important now is how to deal with this. So paano natin tutugunan, no, itong hamon ng panahon wherein we are faced with so many challenges. And in the context of learning under the COVID situation, so in the Department of Education, in the basic education, we have what we call as the BELCP, the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So this is basically a policy response of the Department of Education to make sure, no, that education continues. So even without the traditional or the normal way of delivering education, which is the classroom, which is the school. So when the president announced that there will be no face-to-face unless there will be vaccine for everyone, so including our children. But at this point, ano ba, nasa A3, A4, no, yung vaccination program natin. So kailan pa yung mga bata? So are we looking at next school year, no, to have that kind of face-to-face or going back to what we call as normal, no, before the COVID? So parang hindi pa, no? So probably it will take us 3 to 5 years more before we can really fully realize, no, the vaccination for almost 100% of the population. So andito pa tayo ngayon, no? And I think before we can imagine what will happen beyond the COVID, again, I use that, I put that in quotation, no? Beyond the COVID. So we don't even know when is the end of COVID. Uh, Before we can imagine, I think we have to learn from where we are not right now and what we have right now. So let me share with you some of the insights that I have, no, with regards to what we have right now. So can I be given the okay, pwede na pala mag-screen share. Is my screen showing now?
Yes po, sir. Yes. Visible.
Ano ko lang ha. I-play ko lang ha. Okay. Is it now in full screen?
Yes, sir. Yes. Full screen.
Thank you. So when we introduced the basic education learning continuity plan, so that was before we opened the school year. So the question at that time is how, first for the National Capital Region, as I have mentioned, the first challenge at that time is how to end the school year kasi naiwan tayo, no? So 2 weeks before the last day of the school, nag-lockdown na ang National Capital Region. So, but anyway, we were able to manage the end of the school year. But for those who are teaching in the National Capital Region, so ang daming problem, no? So how do we give the periodic test? How to compute the grades, how to make the learner submit the requirements and everything. So ang daming adjustment na ginawa, no, just end the school year. But I guess the more pressing question at that time is how do we start the next school year? So we were about to start normally the school year in June, and we were in lockdown for the entire duration of April and May. So are we ready at the time? Are we ready to open school in June? So I guess everything now is under the bridge since we opened our school in October. So the policy response of DepEd at that time is to introduce basic education learning continuity plan. Basically, that defines what kind of modality are we going to use in case that when we open school, we will not be going back to the classrooms. So ano bang gagamitin nating paraan ng pagtuturo at pag-aaral? So there were options that were given, and probably the first instinct that will come in us, no, as educators is, okay, can we go online? But after several gathering of information and data, that gave us the idea that online is impossible, no? If we're talking about the entirety of the country, even in NCR. So when we had our survey on what kind of learning do learners and parents prefer, so hindi lumabas yung online as one of the top answers. So lumabas talaga is the module or the use of printed modules. Why? For obvious reasons. One is that, hindi lahat may gadgets. Though we have cell phones, we have more than 100% ownership of cell phones in terms of households. But maaring yung cellphone gamit ng magulang, hindi gamit ng bata. Of course, much more that they would not have gadgets like laptops, or iPads, or like similar gadgets like this. And second is connectivity. No, so I think I'm not sure if my data is correct that nationwide our connectivity will just be around 30%. And even in the NCR, it's just about 15 to 18%. So that's the second problem. The third problem, of course, is adversity to technology. So hirap yan, hindi natin kaya yan. Kailangan mag-aral pa tayo. Online. So everything at that time were new for us. So hindi nga natin alam yung Zoom eh. Hindi nga natin alam yung Google Classroom before. Probably for some, I don't know, but hindi yan usually ginagamit. So we ended up using the modules, no? So that's why we call our program, our learning platform, as modular home-based learning program. So at least for the entire school year, almost the entire school year of this school year, we are still in this kind of learning modality, no? The modular home-based. So, but the problem with the use of modules that are printed, no, in paper forms, is the sustainability. So for one, it's very costly. Second, is very practical because the modules will become consumables. So you get to print modules, and then you give this out to our learners, at hindi na yan babalik, no? Most of them will not be returned to its original appearance. So lukot-lukot na yan, madumi na, sira na, no? And everything. So there is now an attempt to really shift, no? By the way, another downside of the use of paper-based modules, printed modules, is of course yung implication nito sa environment, no? So for this year, the price of papers has really gone up, no? Because it's a function of supply and demand. So the lesser supply, the bigger the demand, then prices will go up. But the problem is the supply. So where do we get papers? We get this from trees. So the more papers that we use, the more trees that we cut down. So I think we cannot sustain, no, for a long time the use of papers as a way of or one of the learning platforms that we're using. So there is now an attempt to shift from the printed modules to a more digital, for more digitized, form. But it's not really online, but the use of digitized content that can be downloaded or that can be distributed to our learners. So, but there is now a need to invest on hardwares, no? So, and fortunately for the national, may mga LGUs, no? Most of them, in fact, no, would really, invest on giving hardwares to the learners and teachers. So they realize the need for this. So, for the rest of the country, for the other regions, I really don't know how this will happen. But in terms of budget, no, even the DepEd would be proposing for budget or for funding, for us to be able to procure more gadgets, more hardwares, so that this shift, the shift from the printed modules to more digitized formats will be realized. Okay. But again, so more than the modules, the format, the platform. Okay. I guess what is more important is the content. I don't know if you will agree with me as teachers. By the way, yung imagining natin, no? Sana we imagine not us as PhD, doctorate, no? But let's imagine the future of education as teachers, no? So kasi mas maganda 'yon, no? Dahil it's more, you will be more immersed, no? So there will be more aspect of immersion. So more than the platform, no, ay importante yung laman. So for me, no, ang insight ko dito, so it's not only about that we focus on the spelling, on the grammar, the relevance of the content, but also the modules should be sensitive, the content of the modules. So importante nga ito kasi hindi lang yung learners ang bumabasa, ba? If you observe. So when you distribute the modules, hindi lang yung learners ang nakakabasa nito. Nababasa ng magulang, nababasa ng ibang members of the faculty. So the more that we should be more careful, the more that we should be careful with the content of the module. So it should be religion sensitive, it should be gender sensitive, it should be politically sensitive. So doon sa error watch natin sa modules, minsan nagtataka tayo, saan may mali? Bakit kino-complain nila? Wala naman, tama naman yung grammar, tama naman yung spelling, tama naman yung sentence construction, only to find out that the error, quote unquote, the error is not really on the structure of the content, but really on the sensitivity. So meron pala itong meron palang sensitivity doon sa relihiyon, no? Merong sensitivity doon sa kasarian. And I think mas malaking anong tawag dito, mas mainit na usapin ngayon yung political sensitivity nito. And knowing that ang readers natin ay hindi nga lang learners, no? Hindi nga sila bumoboto, but these can be read by parents, no? This can be read by adults. So that is what we mean as making the content not only relevant in terms of structure, but also relevant in terms of context. And thirdly, the third key area that I would like to expound, insofar as the learning modality that we are using right now is concerned, is the cyber wellness and security. So inevitably, there are learners who can go online. As mentioned kanina by Dr. Eunice, no? So talagang, there are already a lot of learners and teachers who are able to go online. But the next question probably is, how safe is our cyber community is? So we have heard of issues, concerns that pertains to cyber bullying, that pertains to even cyber pornography, and everything. So it's important now that if we are gearing towards the use of digitized modules, even if it's offline, and then we gear towards, in the near future, if we are gearing towards digital online. So I think it's now the best time to really put up the structures. In relation to all of this, the clear point so far as digital, that learning delivery is concerned, is the importance of three main issues and concerns. So one is independent learning. Okay? Second is, again, as I have already discussed, the content. And the third is on learning structure. Sige, isa-isahin natin, ha? Okay. So why is independent learning important? Insofar as the learning delivery is concerned. So independent learning is important because we are not there. We are not with them in the process of learning. So we may be present at the start, but we cannot really be with them on an even on the classroom basis, more so on an individual basis that we cannot be with them. So ang tanong, how do you teach now reading to kindergarten pupils? How do you teach math? How do you teach calculus? On the other hand, the other spectrum of learning, how do you teach calculus now without the use of blackboard? So this is, I think, where independent learning is very important. And this is one of the things that we have neglected in the past. As educators, as learners ourselves, hindi tayo sanay sa independent learning. Why? Because we rely so much in the classroom. We rely so much on our teachers to give us the information, to facilitate the learning. So it's a competition within the self of the learners. But I guess what is more important is that it's not only the motivation, but the ability of our learners to discover, to learn, to find out. So hindi natin masyadong natignan ito. And then suddenly we are in a situation wherein our learners are out there, trying to learn for themselves. And I think this is one of the reasons why the modules for some, not for some, but for many learners are not working. No? So minsan babalik nila hindi sinagutan o hindi nasagutan. For one, walang motivation yung mga bata to answer the modules. Parang hindi sila sanay doon. So, kailangan sinasabi ni teachers, okay, sagutan niyo yan. And another thing that is missing right. So learning, the process of learning is about validation. I don't know if you will agree with me. So we validate. So as we learn, we validate. But ngayon, mag-isa ka sa bahay, buti ko, may kapatid ka, o nandun yung nanay mo, katabi mo. So you get to validate. Tama ba? Tama ba yung sagot ko? Mali ba? And this is what we get from the classroom. Kasi automatic yung validation mo, not only from the teacher, but also from your peers, from your classmates. So sabi nga, this is to rationalize the copying. Kaya ka nangungupya kasi binabalidate mo yung sagot mo. Although mali yun, pero di ba, kaya yung tendency ng mga bata, magtanong sa kaklase, sa katabi. Tignan yung papel ng katabi. Sometimes it's not about copying, but he just wants to have validation. And this is what we lack right now, is the process of validation. So how do learners, if they are at home, how do they get validated? Paano ito ba-validate? Kaya that's why we do some synchronous, classes, sort of orienting them, giving them instruction, and then receiving feedbacks. But how about those learners who are in areas wherein there is no online, there is no synchronous, even asynchronous? So anong validation nila? So can the modules be the source of validation itself? This is I think what we need to really develop, as a foresight or as a way of our initiative in the school, going towards what we call again as beyond COVID-19. So really to focus on the scale of independent learning. So bago tayo magturo ng content, turo muna natin paano sila matututo. Anong paraan. No? Yun muna ang pag-isipan natin. And even if they do this even if they develop the skill of independent learning, so it's okay as long as it's relevant and in consonance with our assessment. So even the assessment is something that we need to think of. So, we cannot assess our learners just because or just merely on the basis of the module. So, mamaya pupuntahan natin yon. But I guess what is important now is really to connect the individual, the learners, with the way we would like to measure them. Okay? So independent learning is key to modular approach. Again, when we say modular, it's not only about printed. So it's about, modular means you bring something that is something portable, that things that you cannot do in the classroom or in the school, then you bring it home. Kaya nga modular in a module form. But it doesn't mean that it's about printed modules alone. So pwedeng gamitin yung module in different platforms. And however, it faces the problem of parents being to engage. Why? Because we are not confident. We're not confident that our learners can do it, that they can learn for themselves. Tama ba? Even as teachers. Kaya parang maraming teachers ngayon ang nagtatanong, kamusta na kaya yung estudyante ko? Parang that's why this is one of, I think, one of the stressors of teachers. Is really not finding kung ano ba ang nangyayari sa mga estudyante natin. Why? Because we're not confident that they can learn. And as parents, the reason why we are too engaged with the way our learners, our children learn is that we are not confident. O, kaya mo ba yan? Kaya mo ba yan gagawin nyo? Masasagutan mo ba yan? O, baka hindi mo masagutan. Ako nasasagot. Baka ganon, di ba? So I think the key here is really to emphasize independent learning, not only in the context of learner, but also in the context of teachers and the context of parents. Okay. Now let's go to the content. So again, content is important more than the platform because it's the soul of the learning. So it should be religion sensitive, gender sensitive, politically sensitive. And I guess what is more important at this point, that the learners are at their homes, is the flexibility of modules or the content of modules to the learner's environment. Okay? So, tandaan natin na ang mga bata wala sa school. And probably the greatest equalizer of learner environment is the school, the classroom. So mahirap ka, mayaman ka, when you go to the school, when you go to the classroom, you have the same learning environment. But now that they are not in school, they are at their homes, then we have a problem now of learning environment, right? How do you compare the learning environment of those who belong to the marginalized sector compared to those who belong to the more affluent families? Yun ngang bata na nakatira sa ilalim ng tulay sa kariton, wala nga silang lamesa di ba? So, pero kung may school sana, when they go to school, then at least ni ma'am, they won't enjoy a very good, conducive learning environment. But now that they are at homes, this now becomes something that is that we need to think about. So, wag tayong maglagay ng content sa module that would, emphasize the disparity. To give you a very good example, a module would like to teach and explain the process of turning solid to gas. So that's in science, we call that sublimation, right? So to be able to demonstrate this, so yung nakalagay dun sa module ay ang performance task is to get a car air freshener and observe for several days. Well, tama yon, no? Yeah, talagang that car freshener would really demonstrate sublimation or the process of sublimation. But how do a child, a learner that is in the blighted community be able to acquire a crash car freshener? So hindi niya, paano yon? Hindi na niya ma-observe kasi kailangan car freshener. Magkano yung car freshener? So buti pa siguro mothball, di ba? Mas mura. So this is just a concrete example of being sensitive to the learner's environment, and not only to the environment but to the status of the learner. So another that we have observed, and probably you will agree with me, that most of our modules are lengthy, mahaba. So nung binilang namin yan, parang approximately there are 260 pages that to be read weekly across all learning areas. Kasi we are following a format that is, I think that's 22-page format, for a module. Even as adults, I don't think we are capable of reading 260 pages a week. Swerte na kung makabasa tayo ng 30 pages a week, More so, for a learner, hindi ito, I think this will not really inculcate motivation. Having this kind of, so there's now need to make the content sensitive and also to make the content practical. Okay. Even if they are in the homes, we cannot think of, we don't need, we cannot think that they have more hours. In fact, they have shorter hours, because wala namang schedule. So parang mas maikli yung oras mo sa loob ng isang araw kasi wala ka namang sinusundang oras. So I think that is one of the things that we also need to emphasize on our the way we teach our learners now in this kind of modality is that we have to set certain forms of routine. We have to set certain form of schedule. If we observe among our children, relative na yung time for breakfast, relative yung time for lunch, relative yung time for dinner, and relative na rin yung time ng pagtulog. So parang, anyway, I can do the module anytime of the day. So yun ang nawala. So mamaya, when we go to the learning structures, kasama ito doon sa pag-usapan natin learning structure. So we have to simplify the modules. So in short, we have to simplify the modules. Make this relevant, make this sensitive, and make this learner environment friendly. Hindi pahabaan ito ng module. I think what is important is that we get to extract the learning outcome that we desire. Now, sa sidetrack lang ako ng konti. I think what happened to us is that when we introduce the BELCP, that we come up with what we call as most MELC. So, ang nangyari, when we define the MELC, so dito pumasok ito yung dapat ituro. sa mga bata. For me, I think what we should thought of first is not ito yung dapat ituro, kundi ano yung dapat nilang matutunan. After learning our experiences and having in this kind of situation of the COVID, ano may dapat nang matutunan ng mga bata ngayon? So, anong tawag doon? We define first the learning outcome. No? And in defining the learning outcome, we should be basing this on a certain framework. For me, ang ginagamit kong framework dito, yung 5 C's. No? So, what kind of learning outcome ba ang kailangan ng matutunan ng mga bata ngayon? So, what kind of learning outcome do we need? We need for them to learn. No? So, one, it should be based on character, creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration. So, ito yung 21st century skills ng mga bata. Pero dinagdag ko lang yung character. Kasi yung character would define how our learners of today will survive in the future. So, dapat doon sa character, embed na doon yung attributes of resiliency, yung attributes of survivability, at yung attributes ng adaptability. Why? Again, as I have said, this may not be the last pandemic that we are going to suffer. And worst, hindi lang pandemic. Andiyan pa yung natural calamities wherein there will be disruptions, there will be alteration, and there will be redefinition of landscapes, of education landscape for one. So, alamin natin o tingnan natin ano ba yung gusto natin matutunan. Pero ang nangyari sa atin ngayon is that dinefine natin ano yung tuturo natin. And because of that, natali tayo doon. That's why our modules are basically anchored on ano ba yung dapat ituro, ano ba yung dapat na matapos. So, kailangan matapos ito within one grading period. Kailangan maituro ito the next grading period, so on and so forth. Okay? So, medyo mahirap yon kasi talaga mahaba yan. Kasi you have to cover so many things in a short period of time. And considering na akala natin mas maraming oras ang mga bata ngayon sa bahay, which is not. Dahil walang schedule, walang struktura ang oras ngayon. So mas maikli. Maraming bata ngayon, mas mahaba yung oras na maglalaro sila, or probably for some matutulog, kaysa doon sa pag-aaral. Unlike before that they were in the classrooms, at least for each subject area, meron kang 45 minutes to 1 hour. But now, walang ganon. Humaba yung ituturo mo kasi kailangan ma-cover mo na lahat, kailangan maturo mo lahat. Pangalawa, yung assessment mo is also anchored on what you have, what should be covered. So kung hindi natapos ng bata yung dapat mong ituro, then that would have a negative effect on the assessment. Kasi hindi niya natapos eh. Okay. So what I thought of and what I am actually suggesting is really to start with the end in mind. Okay? So when we say start with the end in mind, it's like, when we were, I don't know if you're aware of the understanding by design. So starting with the end of mind. So if this is what our learners should learn, then balikan mo ngayon. So ano ngayon ang ituturo ko? Kung ito yung dapat nila matutunan, ano yung ituturo ko? At kung ano yung itinuro ko at ano yung natutunan nila, whatever the interface will be is the assessment. So dito ko sila susukatin. And see if that learning outcome of character, creativity, communication, so on and so forth, are achieved. So ngayon, baliktad ang nangyayari sa atin. So ito yung competency, ginawan mo ng content yung competency, then i-assess mo sila kung ano yung natapos nila, kung ano yung natapos ituro, at yun yung learning outcome. Then I guess we will have a problem with that. Okay? So ulitin ko, so modules should be sensitive, we should simplify, and we should really base this on what learning outcomes we would like to happen. And I think lastly, importante ngayon dito is to ask them, is to ask our learners, ano bang gusto nyong matutunan? No? Because for so long, sabi ko nga, traditionally, we tell them what they need to learn. Kailangan matutunan nyo to, kundi hindi kayo magiging grade 2, hindi kayo magiging grade 3. But I think what the pandemic gives us is the opportunity for our learners to tell us, educators, what they would like to learn. Because for all we know, they learn. They already know many things that we teach. Diba? Sabi ko nga kanina, yung mga bata hindi pa marunong magbasa, marunong na mag-gadget. Let's go to the third, which is the okay. So the third important thing that should we be thinking about are the learning structures. So not only the platforms, the learning delivery platforms, but also, as I have mentioned, no, the schedules, the routines, and everything. So importante ito because we need to reestablish the structures that we miss, no, because we are not in the school. In the school, it's all about structures, right? And the problem is the structures that we have established in the schools are too rigid sometimes. Kaya nga yung mga bata ayaw ng pumunta sa school because there's so many rules, masyadong structure ang movement, masyadong restricted ang movement, and everything, no? But somehow structures are also important. But we have to make this relevant now to the environment of the learners, which is at the homes. Okay, so yeah, I think this is the last slide that I have. So again, just to summarize, is that to be able to imagine what will happen beyond the COVID is really to learn from our experiences at the moment, from where we are right now. So the future of education is not only based on COVID. Okay, the future of education is based on human development, human behavior. Okay, and of course, that it should be based on what is relevant at the moment. One of the advocacies that we are doing right now is really to involve DepEd in futures thinking. So, futures thinking is a new set of skills that I think we need to develop. No, it's not about telling what will be the future, what is the future, but it's about forecasting. It's about, redirecting, the way we do things. So in particular in the field of education. So what is happening right now will basically give us the idea of what we need to do in the future and what would be the right ways of doing this. So futures thinking is one thing that we would like to introduce in the field of education. So futures and the future thinking is about futures plural, because there are so many futures that that we need to consider. But we are lucky, we are fortunate that the COVID-19 situation actually gave us the glimpse of the future. And again, as I have said, this is an opportunity for education, no, to be given that room, no, for innovation. Kung hindi nagka-COVID, then we are just probably doing the same things. No? We cannot expect new result if we are going to do things just the same. We cannot expect things to happen differently if we are doing things just the same. Okay. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for your attention, and I hope I have given you something that you can use not only in your requirements as doctoral students, but also as teachers. Maraming salamat po.
All right. So thank you so much po, Asek Garma, for that very insightful and truthful database discussion. Talaga pong wala pong tatalo sa discussion nyo kasi talagang based on experience po talaga ito, no? And I just would like to highlight some of the presentation po from our speaker po, no? He began his presentation with the idea of redefining what is normal and what do we meant by the new normal. And he also mentioned that education must be connected, no, to human development because education cannot be isolated with human development. And because of COVID-19 pandemic, no, we shifted to flexible learning, specifically in the National Capital Region. And because of that, we have provided different learning modalities such as home-based learning or homeschooling, the use of alternative delivery mode, the use of blended learning and technology-based application or learning. So I also would like to mention and give emphasis on the idea that ASEC Garma presented to us specifically in taking opportunity in times of pandemic. No, COVID-19 is an opportunity for education, specifically for addressing our generation students because these are digital natives and because they are digital natives, they are very affluent, no, with technology, and as educators, teachers, we also need to go with them. So it was also mentioned that one way of response of the Department of Education with COVID-19 is the implementation or adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan to ensure that education continues, and we are doing that right now. And he also mentioned that 3 to 5 years from now, doon pa lang talaga natin ma-acquire yung going back to the old normal, the face-to-face or in-school teaching and learning process. And the word reimagine education, it should be thinking beyond, no, beyond COVID-19. So we really need to learn from our experiences. And as what Asek Garma presented to us, talaga pong batay po ito from his experiences and from our experiences also from the COVID-19. And to highlight also, no, the insight presented on modular home-based learning program and the content of our module, it should be religion, gender, and politically sensitive. So napakaganda po nun, and we should also be considering also the cyber wellness and security of our learners at the same time of the teachers. And there are 3 issues presented, and it was also given the appropriate actions, no? We have the independent learning, the content, and the learning structure. So yung shifting po natin from printed module, so in the coming school year, tayo po ngayon ay magkakaroon ng digitized learning module. So napakagandang pong balita yan para po sa ating mga mag-aaral. So I also would like to highlight that for us educators, before we teach the content, we should teach our learners what they will learn and how they will learn it. Diba napakagandang reflection po nun sa ating mga teacher kasi usually tayong mga teacher, we usually give, no, yung content. Napakagandang simulan natin kung paano ba natin matuturuan ang ating mga mag-aaral at kung paano ba sila matututo. And lastly, we need also to consider that module rather should be sensitive, environmental friendly kasi nga sobrang dami ng mga puno, di ba? Kasi papel po yan. Environmental friendly, flexible to learners environment, and we need to simplify our modules. Yes, so maraming salamat po, Asek Gamar, for that very insightful discussion po.
Yes, thank you so much to our uh, speaker for today, Asek Malcolm Garma. No, indeed, due to pandemic's economic impact alone, we can say that the education disruption has had and will continue to have no substantial effects beyond what we can imagine. However, the crisis has stimulated innovations within the educational sector. No, as Sir Malcolm mentioned, no, we have seen innovative approaches in support of the education and training continuity, no, from radio to television to take-home modules and learning packages. Okay, so with that, thank you so much, ASIC Malcolm S. Garma. At this point, let us proceed to the awarding of certificate of recognition. Let me read the citation first. So, University of Caloocan City, Graduate School, Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management. Certificate of recognition is merited upon ASEC Malcolm S. Garma for imparting his meritorious service and invaluable time as a resource speaker in bringing light to the topic envisioning education in the post-COVID-19 era, school initiatives with the theme Reimagining in the post-COVID-19 era, made possible on June 13, 2021. Okay, signed by our professor, program director, dean of College of Education, Ramona A. Prado, EDD, and of course, our vice president for student affairs and the dean of the College of the Graduate School, Melchor S. Julianes, EDD, PhD, and DPA. Thank you so much, ASEC Malcolm S. Garma. Maybe, Sir Ryan, no, they could have a photo opportunity, virtual photo op, together with Dr. Ramon A. Prado and the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Melchor Julianes.
Yes po, Ma'am Daisy, on screen po is our beloved Dean, Dr.
Yes.
Ramona Prada. Good afternoon,
Thank
Dean.
you, ASEC. Yes, so thank you, ASEC Malcolm Garma. I actually would like to emphasize the module being based on content, no, and simplicity. So I think I have to tell that with my professors. Again, thank you for that real life experience, no, insights.
Yeah, thank you also, Dean.
All right. So, Ray, maybe we can also have our open forum if we have questions coming from our participants.
Okay, while waiting for the questions, there are some words of commendation po, no? Thank you po for sharing real-life insight, ASEC Garma. We were enlightened with the real-life challenges and opportunities the situation has brought us. Starting with the end in mind is the perfect planning strategy to address the situation. Making education relevant and realistic must be taken into consideration. Forecasting really matters. Yan, yung I also would like to no, to give emphasis on that yung sinabi po ni Asek, no? Yung futures thinking. So napakagandang strategy po niyan. So sana po magamit po natin lahat 'yan. Yes, Ma'am Daisy, meron pa po ba tayo diyan?
Yes, so according to Ma'am Ramona, no, Dr. Prados, that was very inspiring, no. We really appreciate your insights and thank you so much for gracing our event, ASEC Malcolm Garma. And of course, we would like to thank you also, according from Nerissa Ann, no, for the practical experiences that you've imparted for all of us. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Ryan and Maybell, if I may.
Yes po.
Okay. So I think the challenge right now for our PhD candidates, no, I think most of whom are part of the DepEd public schools, no, both in NCR and I was told by Rowena is also may kawayan. So I hope that whatever output you will have, no, whatever learning that you will have for from this webinar would be applied and will be applied to your outputs. No, I hope this would be helpful and will be significant. No, to really come up to for us to come up with a pool of innovation. No, kailangan maraming options, and I think if you are going to translate this into your respective dissertations or thesis, no, I hope you can share with us also, and you as the individuals, no, would be able to also apply and cascade this, no, to your respective units. Importante ngayon that we get to have more ideas. What will come from us, no, as your executives, no, would just be giving you the big picture, no, and giving you probably where we are heading to. But I think what is important is that for that big picture, no, is for you to have those small pictures. So I always look at this as a jigsaw puzzle. So before you can, you know, you can form the picture, the big, you can be able to fit the puzzle, the pieces of the puzzle. You need to see the big picture. You need to see the picture of the puzzle para alam niyo kung ano yung bubuin. You're right now you're holding those pieces of puzzles. As teachers, as educators, as administrators, you're holding those pieces of puzzle. So, kailangan natin ngayon sa basic education, may it be private or public, to really put our pieces together and to come up with a picture. So, kung ano yung picture na nakikita natin ngayon, dalawa yan. So, that picture that we have right now, no, at the present, and that picture and how that picture of the present will evolve or transform in the future. And those pieces of puzzle would also, will adapt to that transformation. So bottom line lang, din Prado, is that we appreciate this kind of academic discussions, and we hope that we get these inputs also or outputs from you in our future engagement. So yun lang po, Dean Prado, at maraming salamat.
Yes, sir, we will. Thank you.
Yes po, noted po, ASEC, no? Meron lang po ditong isang question po, naligaw po, pero allow me to read po, no? Question from Elaine Aring for ASEC po. Do you agree that no student should fail during this pandemic?
Alam mo, failure is a very relative thing, no? I think failure goes beyond numbers. So the failure may happen even if the learner would get a 90, no, in his mark. So I'm always an advocate of going beyond the scores. Okay. So wala dapat mag-fail, no? Because doon sa assessment na dapat yung gawin, which I focus more on authentic assessment, no? So dapat walang mag-fail kasi dapat alam mo kung ano ba yung improvement. So you always look at the positive aspect. So wag mo hanapin yung mali, wag mo hanapin yung wala. Ang hanapin mo yung meron. Now, unfortunately, we have to work with numbers. No? In our present system, we have to work with numbers. So, wag mo hugutin yung numero doon sa kung ano lang yung meron ka in terms of either formative or summative assessment. Hugutin mo yung numero doon sa alam mo na naidagdag sa mga bata. For example, yung mga bata ngayon na nasa bahay, hindi lang sila natututo ng math, no? Or hindi nga natin alam kung natututo sila eh. Because it's very hard to teach math if you are not doing this on a face-to-face basis. But nakita mo that based on your monitoring, nakita mo na yung bata nakakatulong sa magulang niya kasi meron silang tindahan. So teacher ngayon nagsusukli na to. So what I mean is that there are many forms and many sources of assessment. Tandaan natin, assessment is not just about numbers. It's about telling or determining if indeed natuto ba yung bata. And that concept of natuto is not just about that he or she was able to answer the test. No? So maraming manifestation yung natuto. So Ma'am Elaine, Maganda yung tanong mo kasi talagang malaking debate ngayon yan, no? Yung issue ng learning loss or learning gain. But then again, maraming batang babagsak kung ang pagbabatayan lang natin ay yung mga examinations natin. I'm not saying that examination is not important. It is, no? Importante yun. But let's go beyond, no, the examinations. Para walang bumagsak. No? Para walang bumagsak. So I hope I was able to answer your question, Mamiling.
We still have one question here, Sir Rai. So thank you so much po, Sir Malcolm Garma. The next question po is, if we cannot motivate 100% of learners to participate during these online classes, no, can we still say na ang school year natin is successful?
What school year? The current school year? Kaya?
Current school year.
Well, for one, it's successful because, again, sabi ko nga kanina, when the pandemic sets in, no, last year, una-una hindi natin alam paano natin uumpisahan yung klase kung walang classroom. And somehow we were successful in opening our classes. No? And we are successful in a sense that we are able to, do things that we don't usually do in DepEd, and somehow are able to develop materials, develop methodologies that would somehow mitigate, the negative impact of the pandemic. So maraming nangyari ngayon na successful, ma'am. Kung titignan natin, kung ikukumpara natin o ang basihan natin ay dun sa mga bagay na hindi naman natin usually ginagawa. And I would like to congratulate, take this opportunity to congratulate our teachers, our administrators. Tandaan natin that when we were students of colleges of education, hindi naman natin pinag-aralan to, di ba? Maswerte nga ngayon yung mga nasa doctorate, masteral, or even those who are still in the in the college programs, no? Dahil meron kayong bagong pag-aaralan ngayon. No? Pero yung mga natapos na, nakalipas na, hindi natin alam to. And we need to really reinvest on teacher education. And we should connect teacher education now with basic education, because inevitably our TEIs will produce most of our teachers. So we need to capacitate them, we need to teach them not only on the traditional way of teaching, but also this kind of teaching. Para pagdating sa totoong buhay, hindi sila magugulat. And I think that's one of the things that happen right now. Is maraming nagulat, maraming na-stress na teachers because they are not ready for this. So again, as an academic institution, the University of the East, you should really think of investing on teacher education because this is the future. This is beyond the COVID. Education would always surpass, the future of COVID. So we should be, sabi nga natin education should evolve, no? It should be a continuous process of development. It should be evolving. Yung sa mass promotion, basahin ko na lang, mama. Mass promotion, hindi ako naniniwala doon. I don't agree with mass promotion because in assessment, there should always be an aspect of fairness, right? So hindi pa pwede na yung batang nag-exert ng effort would just be the same as yung batang walang effort. Okay. What you need to really look for is the motivation. Kailangan tingnan nyo yung motivation ng bata. Motivation for learning, the motivation for life, in general. Makikita nyo yun So yung batang nag-e-effort na makakomply doon sa mga requirements, yun yung motivation. Pero may mga bata naman talagang wala. But then again, yung batang walang motivation, batang wala talagang effort, hindi natin sila dapat sisihin. So we should also be reflective. Kung mali yung ginagawa natin, baka mali yung instruction. So again, the function of curriculum would always be instruction. Kaya nga palaging partner yan eh. No? The effectivity of the curriculum is as effective as your instruction. So baka mali yung paraan ng pagtuturo. Kaya walang effort yung bata. So we should be reflective. Again, balikan ko yung failure, no? So ang batang nag-fail, tinitingnan natin just like a half-filled or half-empty glass. Is it he who fails or is it us who fails him? No? Siya ba ang bumagsak just because they are not able to comply with our system? They were not able to comply with our requirements, or it is us because we impose a system, we impose requirements that may not be relevant to him. So yun ang pananaw ko, no, na we should look at this always in the perspective of us educators, hindi lang yung learners, so far as assessment is concerned. Yeah. Sige, you totally agree, and I hope this will change the way we think, no? So it's about doing things differently. It's about, many of us are already in DepEd for so long. Minsan yung problema mo nung problema ng DepEd, nung teacher 1 ka pa lang, ngayon, principal ka na, magre-retire ka na. Yun pa rin yung problema ng DepEd. So that's why I always take the opportunity to talk with graduate students, because I hope, I assume that you being in the graduate classes, graduate school, you get to develop more wisdom, you get to mature, and I assume that you are in the position to influence, and to do things right. So things differently. Let's think differently. So it's a combination of futures thinking and systems thinking. Try to connect everything and try to use this connection towards our direction. Compassionate hearts to our learners. Yeah, I agree. That is one of the attributes our teachers should have right now. Compassion. Compassion. Sabi ko kanina, isipin niyo yung mga batang walang bahay. Isipin niyo yung mga batang nakatira sa lansangan. How will they learn? How will they be able to? So, mas malaki yung role ng teachers ngayon, because we are not only teachers, we are also mentors, we are also coaches. We are also parents sometimes. We are also friends. So, ang dami mong role ngayon as a teacher. And all of this will happen if you have that attribute, if you have that compassion in yourself. Yeah. So I don't know if there are more questions, Pibel.
Nan na po, Doc. Wala
Sir
na po
Ryan, wala na
questions.
tayong questions.
Naubos ko na yung oras nung susunod.
Thank you so much po.
Yeah, thank you also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asek Marcom Garma. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am Daisy, napakadami nating natutunan from the
Oo
presentation
nga.
of Asek Garma, no? Talaga
Kasi
naman.
based from his experience kasi, that is why talagang naka-relate tayo. We had this, yung nafe-feel niya, nafe-feel din natin. Kaya talagang maganda ang kanyang presentation. I like it so much.
Yes.
Okay? Maraming salamat.
He is more than willing to respond to the questions, no? Talaga naman.
Yeah.
Yan.
Actually, nagtatanong pa siya ng question kaya wala na tayong questions. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I
thank you.
think, yes, ma'am?
Sir.
Yes, so I think we are, before we proceed to our last speaker, no? Sabi natin kayo, we have mentioned a while ago that we will be giving prizes, no? So before we proceed to our last speaker for this webinar, let's have first let's have a virtual game para naman po mayroon pong makita natin kung gaano ka-active ang ating mga participants. No?
Tama. And Sir Rai, tell them our prizes. Marami tayong prizes.
Yes, we have e-load, no? Electronic load worth of 100 pesos, and we also have cash prizes via GCash, 500 pesos po yan. So, and to facilitate our games, may we call in Ma'am Mary Rose B. Sanchez.
Hi, good morning, Sir Rai.
Good morning.
Yes, good day, everyone. I will be your game master for today. I am Mrs. Mary Rose B. Sanchez. But before that, I want to ask everyone, what was your favorite topic from our previous speakers? All right. What is your most remarkable insights from the topic given? All right. You may key in your answers in our chat box. Okay, while we are waiting for your responses, maybe you're still typing right now. We will have a game, and I am pretty sure that you are all familiar with this. This is what we call quizzes. No, we will be sending the link after my instructions. So here it is. We will be sending the link after this instruction, so you have to listen very well. You will enter your name with your cell phone number as your player's name before you click the color green start button. You heard it right, with your cell phone numbers, because we will be giving away 15 winners of 100 pesos, one winner of 300 pesos for the second prize, and 500 pesos for the first prize through GCash. Okay? Please make sure that your cell phone number is correct. In this game, we also have the power-ups, which allow to advance from your opponents. Just click the button that you will see at the bottom of your screen and activate your power-ups. You will just click the link and enjoy your short quiz. God bless everyone. So here's the link na po. You may key in, or you may click it now. All right, as of the moment, don't forget to write your cell phone number po before you click the green button start. Ayan. For instance, my name is Rose, and then my cell phone number is 09 at 12-digit number. All right.
Okay, Ma'am Mary Rose, while waiting for our participants to join you virtually, no, let me read po our participants' favorite insights that they have learned. No? So from Ma'am Helen Binag, according to Ma'am, the striking for her is VUCA, no? VUCA, that was presented by Dr. Eunice. And from Ma'am Neriza Ann, yan, the idea of thinking or starting from the end in mind. And from Sir Denver Paul, the module content, no? From Ma'am Melinda Panes, Sustainable Development Goals. My favorite topic. Yes, sabi po ni Ma'am Melinda Panes. And from Sir Richard Pabia, education should remain lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-sustaining. That is from Ma'am Eunice. And from Ma'am Rosalie Rojas, module content. So those are some of the responses from our participants, no? The striking insight that they have learned from our speakers.
All right, as of the moment, we have 35 participants. So I guess we can start because we only have 16 winners. May hahabol pa po ba? So doon po sa mga nakapag-key in without their cell phone numbers, you can PM me. Sulat ko po dyan later yung aking FB account sa chat box po natin. Anyway, screenshot naman po natin lahat po ng winners po natin. Alright? Shall we start? Let us begin in a few seconds. Alright. As of the moment, we are starting our game. Alright. I hope everyone is enjoying our game. So nag-game na tayo, sir, no? We are currently on the game now. All right, yes, we are still waiting for the winners.
How is it, Ma'am Mary Rose?
As of the moment, we're still on the game. Can you see it, Sir Rai? So this is a computer-generated game. So let us just wait for the winners, and we will share the screen after the game.
All right. I guess our participants are very excited.
Yes. They are now currently on the game, sir. Naglalaro po sila ngayon, so let us wait.
Our next speaker is now online.
Yes.
I guess our participants, even I, is very excited to hear it from our international speaker, Ma'am Daisy.
Yes, all the way from South Africa, actually.
Yes. We serve the best for the last, no? We have Dr. Ravina, no? Which later on will be formally introduced. Okay, so kamustahin siguro muna natin yung ating mga participants, no? Yung hindi nakasali sa game po, no? Kamusta po ang ating webinar? Can you please type in your name, no? And your affiliation, kung saan school po kayo affiliated, and your lunch. Kasi lunch time na, ano bang kinain natin ngayon, no? Ako po kasi wala pa po.
Ako nga, nagpa-deliver na lang, gutom na ako. Well, anyway, I hope, Sir Rai, yung ating mga participants, they will stay with us until the end, no? And they will really wait for our next speaker.
Okay, so we have here Ma'am Helen F. Binag from Camarine High School. Very informative. So what about your lunch, ma'am? Can you share it to us po?
Thank you so much, Ma'am Helen Binag.
Okay, so we also have Ma'am Melinda Panes. Magagaling po ang mga speakers. Als Valenzuela. Hello po from Valenzuela, Als. And of course, we have Ma'am Neriza Ann Concepcion, Talipapa High School. Wow, ang sarap ng ulam ni Ma'am Helen. It's adobong chicken. My favorite.
Wow, para mas nagutom ako lang.
Yes.
Alright, so Rai, can we share our screen right now para makita na po natin yung mga winners po natin?
Okay po.
Okay, po, allow us to share our screen to the announcement of our winners. Alright. To receive 100 pesos through GCash. So, ito na po siya. Charan! Let us wait. Okay. For 500, unahin na po natin ang first prize para makapag-scroll down po tayo. No? Yung first prize po natin worth 500 pesos GCash.
Wow!
We have E. Perez with cellphone number. Okay, di ko na po babanggitin ang cellphone number pero may screenshot na po kami.
Congratulations!
Then, wow! Congratulations, Sir Richard Pabia, I guess. For the second prize, who will won 300 pesos through GCash again. And then, for our 100 pesos, we have 15 winners. Number 3, Nariza, Edeline, Elsa, Kat Celibio, El Macam, Bernadette, Rosalie Rojas,
Rai, our speaker is
Angel, Danilo, Carrot, Tejada, Trail, Arlene, Elaine, and lastly, Mig. So you will receive your GCash po through, dun po sa mga walang cellphone number, you can PM us po. No po, dito po sa ating chat box po. Yun po. Have a safe day ahead and God bless us all.
Okay, so thank you so much, Man Mary Rose Sanchez. And again, congratulations po to all the winners, no, who won 100 pesos and 300 and 500 pesos cash via GCash. Okay, so what are we waiting for, ma'am? So let's proceed na po, no? And now at this juncture, we will have but the last but definitely not the least speaker. And to introduce our third speaker, may I call in Miss Maria Janica S. Josana, Education Program Specialist 2 from SDO Valenzuela.
Hello,
Good day,
good
ma'am.
afternoon. Good day, sir, and
Yes,
good
good afternoon.
afternoon to each and everyone, no? Ma'am Daisy and Sir Ryan, thank you very much, no? Of course, sa ating mga participants, good afternoon. It is indeed that this webinar provides an avenue for us educators as we equip ourselves on the different trends, issues, and challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. As we are now enlightened ourselves on structuring education in the post-COVID-19 era towards digital learning and envisioning education through school initiatives in the post-COVID-19 era that have been shared, of course, by our two education experts. At this point, we will hear another insightful discussion which will highlight the post-COVID-19 era of educational situations worldwide. And it is indeed a great honor for me to introduce our resource speaker for this topic entitled Directing Educational Trends in the Post-COVID-19 Era. He is a profound academician and distinguished scholar in economics, writer, editor, advisor, motivational speaker, and public intellectual with over 29 years of teaching and research experience in Asia Pacific, Africa, and European continents. He is currently working as professor of economics at the NWU Business School, Northwest University, South Africa. He also serves as an adjunct professor of economics for master's and doctorate programs at Monarch Business School, Monarch University, Hagernborn, Zach, Switzerland. He earned his doctor in philosophy from the Department of Economics, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India, with the achievement of the University Gold Medal for the best PhD candidates thesis in the field of economics, commerce, business management. He obtained his Master of Arts, Bachelor of Education, Master of Philosophy, Doctor in Philosophy from Osmania University, and Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Laws from Kakatiya University, Warangal, India. He has bagged many awards and prizes. To name a few, he got the prestigious award of the Best Researcher 2011 from Namibia University of Science and Technology, and also the recipient of the esteemed award, Man of the Year 2012, which was bestowed upon him by the American Biographic Institute, USA. Based on his extraordinary research contributions, the American Historical Society, USA, has been enlisted his profile in the World Who is Who International. He serves as a chairman of the panel of judges for economics of the Global Undergraduate Award based in Dublin, Ireland, United Kingdom. He wrote 10 books and published more than 130 articles in the reputed national and international peer-reviewed journals and 35 books chapters to his credit. Besides, he has published more than 150 articles in newspapers and magazines and websites and presented over 50 papers in national and international conferences and seminars. He visited more than 300 colleges and universities across the globe. He is the founding editor-in-chief of an international journal of education, economics, and development, and associate editor of the African Journal of Science, Technology, Innovation, and Development, which are IBSS and Scopus Index journals published by Inder Science, UK and Taylor, and Francis UK, respectively. As of March 2021, his author rank is 5,776 out of 582,867 of Social Science Research Network, or SSRN, the USA, in which he is among the top 1% researchers in the world. He has widely written in the areas of economics of education, development economics, and inclusive growth, globalization and higher education, microfinance, rural entrepreneurship, WTO, clean technology, and sustainable development, FDIs, development aid in Africa. He supervised over 60 PhDs, Master of Philosophies, and master theses and dissertations across the globe. He served many academic and professional committees as a chairman and as a panel member. He has also been an external examiner, moderator for masters and PhD of different universities in Africa, Europe, Asia, America, and Australia. He traveled to over 40 countries in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our very admirable, competent, and brilliant research speaker all the way from Africa. Here is Dr. Ravinder Rena. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that kind words and the introduction. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me. Can you able to hear me, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, Prof. We can
Yes,
hear you.
thank you very much. Absolutely, it is honor and privilege for me to be part of this international webinar organized by University of Caloocan, city of metropolitan Manila area of Philippines on 13th of June 2021. I must thank my primary contact, Ms. Daisy Galgana, to put a lot of efforts to bring me on board, despite of the time, difference between Philippines and South Africa, where I'm standing now. It is early morning, 6 o'clock or past 6. So that is the time difference. I mean, you must be already 20 there in the Philippines. So I must also thank the conference organizer or webinar organizers of the University of Caloocan city, the rector, the vice chancellor, the dean, and the HODs, and the other prominent speakers that were speaking today, this morning. I also should thank the research scholars of the educational management department, where the young minds, they come together and they try to put this kind of collaborative efforts to organize this event and bring me as well as the other intellectuals to speak and to share some of the insights and some of the pertinent debating issues that are undergoing for the past 1.5 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've indicated to you that it's always a pleasure to be part of this kind of events, and also with the young minds such as yourself, those who are PhD scholars and those who are master students and undergraduate students of Philippines is one of our friendly nations in the world. So in today's my speech, because of interest of time, I would like to touch upon in the first part of my speech, I would speak about the pandemic. What is the pandemic looks like, and what was the history of the pandemic, and what is happening today in terms of the pandemic, and what is happening in Philippines. Then I will touch upon some of the important issues pertaining to education sector of Philippines and maybe economy of Philippines, and also would like to touch upon some of the other important burning issues pertaining to the educational trends. What is going to happen in the post-pandemic period? So this is by and large, that would be the summary of my presentation today. And so without wasting much time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take you today, that is 13th of June, 2021. And Philippines celebrated probably yesterday, 12th of June, 2021, about 121 years, or maybe a little more than 123 years of liberation from Spain, because the Spain got independence from Spain first on 12th of June 1898. That was plus minus about 123 years ago. That was the mark day yesterday. And of course, the independence of independence of Philippines from USA, that was 4th of July 1996, 1946. So we'll go into that later. So I would like to touch upon, ladies and gentlemen, that because that made the Philippines as one of the unique nations historically, having celebrated two independence or liberation days, 12th of June and 4th of July. Now, let me take you back to the history of the pandemic. And before I take you to the history of the pandemic, let me also highlight on today, as I indicated, 13th of June 2021, how the global statistics looks like in terms of the pandemic. We got about 176 million people across the globe. They are infected by this pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 or coronavirus disease 19, which was emerged from Yuan province of China sometime December 2019. And since then, the virus has been spreading rapidly across the globe. So 176 million people, out of which close to 3.8 million people, getting close to 4 million people are killed by this virus officially, according to the estimates made by the World WHO and many other organizations for the past 15 to 16 months down the line. Now, if you look at that, global statistics is alarming. And who are the countries that are being in the race in terms of number 1, number 2, number 3, and 4, and 5? If you look at that, ladies and gentlemen, we got America, none other than America, which is the largest economy on the other side. Also the largest infected country on the other side. So America, it has got about 33.4 million people, nearly 33.5 million people in America alone got infected by this virus, and more than 600,000 people died by the virus, ladies and gentlemen. The second country is none other than India, getting close to 30 millions actually. That is also very scary. You might have seen in the mass media what is happening in India for the past maybe about 5-6 weeks or maybe about 2 months' time. So 30 millions in India alone, being made India as the second largely infected country in the world, where close to 375,000 people, getting close to 400,000 people died in India alone. Now, Indian population is probably more than 1.3 billion people, getting close to 1.4 billion people in India, whereas in America, the population is only 331 million people, ladies and gentlemen. That is almost 1/3 of population of Philippines, because Philippine population is by and large about 110 million people. So looking into this paradigm, now the third largest infected country is none other than Brazil, where Brazil is having close to 17.5 million people got infected, and close to 485,000 people, nearly 500,000 people died in Brazil alone, ladies and gentlemen. So that is absolutely scary. Now, the other countries followed in the list. We got France, which has got close to 6 million people infected, and about 110,000 people died. In South Africa, from where I'm speaking to you today, is that South Africa has got close to 1.75 million people, getting close to 2 million people infection rate, ladies and gentlemen. So that is the infection rate in South Africa. Whereas the number of people died in South Africa is about 58,000 people died by the virus. Now, country Philippines. Philippines has got the infection rate of 1.3 million people. And the death rate is about 22 to 23,000 people died, according to the official statistics released by the Philippine government. About close to 23,000 people died by the virus. So out of the population of about 110 million people, so that made Philippines is the 12th largest populated country in the whole world in terms of the total population of 110. There are very few countries, they cross the population size of 100 millions, and Philippines is one among them, ladies and gentlemen. And the list goes on, and the total population of the world is today is about 7.8 billion people, ladies and gentlemen. Out of that, close to more than 1.4 billion people coming from China, which made China as the largest populated country, whereas India is the second largest populated country with about 1.38 billion people. And then the list goes on. Third is none other than America with 331 million people. And then Indonesia, probably, it has got close to 280 millions. Pakistan, Nigeria, and the list goes on. We're not going to touch the details of the demographic statistics here. I'm saying these statistics here just for comparative purposes. And remember that we got countries such as, Philippines, that also are probably one of the prominent countries in the world in terms of the population size. Now, let me take you to the history of the pandemic. And the pandemics are not new to us, ladies and gentlemen. Our world has been experiencing from time to time about different pandemics from different times. If I tell you about 700 years ago, it's not a long time back, starting from 1346 to 1353, about 7 years period, ladies and gentlemen. And this 7 years period, that there was a disease called plague disease, and which is also popularly known as Black Death. And the plague disease killed close to 180 million to 200 million people in the whole world, ladies and gentlemen. What was our population that time? Our population of the world is not even 500 million people. It's probably about 450 million people living on the planet about 700 years ago. From that 450 million people, one can imagine that about 180 to 200 million people, that is almost 40% of the population living on the planet 700 years ago, are completely killed, washed out. What was the disease? It was a plague disease that can be controllable, that can be curable on today's ground. So that is one of the badly hit pandemics that the world ever experienced. Almost 40% of the population got affected and killed by the virus. The second important virus I would like to touch upon here, ladies and gentlemen, is that we got the Spanish flu. And the Spanish flu, how long and when was the Spanish flu as killed or appeared on this planet is just about 100 years ago. Starting from 1918 to 1920, that is a little more than 100 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, and the whole world, the population of the world about 100 years ago, we were not even 2 billions. The first billion we experienced in the world was 1804. So 1804 is about 217 years back, the world population was about 1 billion. Today, as I indicated to you, we got 7.8 billions. So that means in 200 years' time, we grew almost 8 times. So the population of the world in 1920, 100 years was not even 2 billions, probably it could be about 1.6, 1.7 billion people we had. Now, out of that, one Spanish flu infected. Can you able to hear me? Daisy?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
Prof.
Can
We
you
can
able to
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, sorry, there were some connection issues. So 500 million people got infected by the Spanish flu, ladies and gentlemen. Now, out of those 500 million people, 50 million people died 100 years back. This is the flu, just like similar to that of the COVID-19. So one can imagine the killing range of the Spanish flu was about 10%, 500 million infection and 50 million death. India was also having a tough time those days, 100 years back, ladies and gentlemen. About 17 to 18 million people out of that 50 million who are died by the virus 100 years back, 17 to 18 million people died in India alone, ladies and gentlemen. In South Africa, the place where I am today, about 385,000 people died in South Africa alone. South African population today is 60 million. And those 100 years back, probably it could be, I can't remember that the population was very, very small. So this is the kind of global statistics and the global pandemics. And these keep coming from time to time. We got severe respiratory syndrome, a SARS disease. We got plague diseases coming up. We got and so many other diseases are keep the human beings, and it became the pandemic history. So the COVID-19 is also similar to that of the Spanish flu. It is a flu. By the flu alone, more than 65,000 people die every year in America alone, ladies and gentlemen. The flu can be easily curable, but this flu is dangerous, and we all should try to take care of each other. And we must protect each other. Your mask protect me, and my mask also will protect you. And we need to use the sanitizers. We need to maintain the social distancing, and we need to also use the personal protective equipment. And most importantly, you are a God yourself, and you need to protect other human being, because other human being life is in your hand. So this is about the pandemics. Now the pandemic is not over yet. As I said to you, for the past 15, 16 months, the world has been experiencing severe infection rates are spreading all over the world. And we are not, although the vaccination has come, and we have got Pfizer, we got AstraZeneca, we got COVAX, and we got so many other vaccinations that are come into the market, and the whole world is also trying to take the vaccinations. Now, India is the largest producer of vaccine, and there are many other countries like America, France, and so on and so forth. They're also producing a significant number of vaccines. Now, if you look at the Africa as a continent, where I'm sitting in the African continent, Africa has got 1.3 billion people. And from this 1.3 billion people, the number of people that are infected by this virus is not even about 5 million slaves. So 5 million is probably the whole of France. We are getting close to 6 million. But Africa is a continent where there are 55 countries. The infections were only limited to 5 millions. The death is probably less than about 150,000 and so on. So this is the African situation. Africa is the only continent in the world that could not able to produce the vaccination. But we have to help each other. India is trying to take a lead, helping the many countries. Close to 90 or more than 90 countries are being supported and helped by India to get the vaccination for free of cost. So that is about the vaccination and the disease. Now let us come back to the education side, which is an important topic the conference organizers have chosen. The education is considered to be the cornerstone of economic and social development. With education, a scavenger's son can become a medical doctor. An agricultural farmer's son can become the president of a nation. And a mining worker's son can become a mining manager. And any civil servant officer who can be a maid or servant maid or a gardener's son or gardener child can also become a kind of medical doctor or can be a civil servant officer. So education has got the power, which can try to change and transform and also try to bring new dimensions and new insights and new wisdom to the world where we are sitting today. So therefore, education cannot be undermined. And now if you look at the education system of Philippines, for example, Philippines is one of the important countries in the world, although it has got about 7,640 islands. That is the size of the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen. That means Philippines is one of the biggest countries in the world. Probably it occupies about 27th or 28th largest country in the world. And if you compare the Germany as a country and Philippines as a country, so Philippines is a little bit smaller than Germany actually. So Philippines has got about 300,000 square kilometers land. And a state of India, the largest state of India, for example, Rajasthan. Rajasthan state of India is a little bit bigger than Philippines as a country. So one has to think about that. Now, we are talking about Germany, one side, which is the 4th largest economy. And Philippines is the 12th largest populated country in the world. And Philippines is a little bit smaller than Indian state, that is the largest state of India, Rajasthan, and then the Germany as a country. So this is for comparative purposes, ladies and gentlemen. And Philippines is also one of the important nations because of the fact that it is one of the major archipelago in the whole world. So we need to think about that, which has got beautiful beaches, it has got diverse cultures, it has also got a flora and fauna, which can attract a lot of tourists. So that is what Philippines looks to us. The Filipino people are, importantly, like Indian people, they are friendly people. They got a warm heart that they welcome the guests. They treat the guests as, their family members. They try to, provide whatever the best thing that they can provide, the advice, or they can even invite them to have some kind of food or whatever that they can share with. So that is the kind of humanity and that make Philippines is one of the important countries in Asian continent, where it attracts a lot of tourists across the globe. And the tourists get attracted because it's friendly people, one side, it's a beautiful land, second, and the third is that it is one of the cheapest countries in terms of the accommodation, in terms of various other things. The cost of living is cheaper than most of the Asian and most of the other African countries in the whole world. So that is how the Philippines looks like. We understand the size of the Philippines. We understand the population size of the Philippines is about 110 million people closely. Now, if you look at the education system, we got the Philippines is the education system of Philippines is known to the world. So meaning that we got close to 200,000 colleges, 2,000 colleges, which includes universities, which includes colleges that offers diplomas, degrees, and certificates, and postgraduate courses, and so on and so forth. So Philippines has got today about 2,000 colleges and universities. And we have the population of 110 millions. We got the educational institution size, higher educational institution size, about 2,000. And the students in the higher education system is close to 3.5 million to 4 million people are studying there in the higher education institutions. And out of this 2,000 educational institutions, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 250 are public sector institutions and remaining 1,750 are private sector institutions. So private sector is dominating the entire education system of Philippines. So one has to understand that. Now, when we look at the educational standards, And Filipino people, they are working all over the world. We go to Dubai, you go to Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and Oman, Muscat, and Bahrain, and any other country in Middle East, you'll see number of Filipino people, number of Indian people, number of Pakistani people, number of Bangladeshi people, number of Sri Lankan people. So Filipino people, they are known to their hard work, also through their education, through their language skills. That is why most of the call centers in the whole world, all the call centers, they utilize, if I call somebody, Emirates Airlines, to discuss about my problem, and it directly take me to Philippines, and somebody, a Filipino girl or a boy, will speak to me about the problem. So it is known because of the language skills, because of the hard working, because of the good behaviors. So that is the education system. Education system is trying to promote the quality human resources. And now we are trying to look at the quality of education across the globe, ladies and gentlemen. When we look at the trend, how the trend is emerging, what is the direction that we are able to see today in the post-COVID arena or during the COVID arena is that, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 25,000 universities across the globe. 25,000 universities all over the world, that is about more than 200 countries, ladies and gentlemen. From this 25,000, as I indicated to you, may not be all of them are universities. There could be few universities and many colleges, 2,000 colleges and universities in Philippines. So the population, student population of this globe today is about 2.2 billion people. So that includes primary, secondary, and tertiary education students. Together, there are about 2.2 billion student population in the whole world, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning that out of this 2.2 billion people during the pandemic, we need to understand that people, they do not have the access to online education. Now, we've been bringing a new trend here and trying to impose the people to learn via virtual way. And I never know that while sitting in my home in South Africa, I can talk to you while you are sitting in Manila and many other parts of Philippines, or probably in different parts of the world. So it is thanks to the technology, thanks to the Zoom, thanks to other online platforms, that we could able to see each other, talk to each other, listen to each other. Now, this 2.2 billion people, more than 1.7 billion people for the past 15 months, they never know going to the school, college in any manner, ladies and gentlemen. That is a bit of scary situation here. Now, we are not going to go to the debate here whether the online virtual education is better than the physical face-to-face education. That would be a topic on its own. I'm not going to touch up about that. The point I would like to stress upon here is that the whole global population is 1.7 billion people. That is the population of any other country in the whole world. As I indicated to you, China population was only 1.4 billion people. So the student population in the whole world is more than the population of any other country in the whole world. We must think about that. Now, the students here, they have been suffering. Now, take India or take Pakistan, take any other developing country, even the developed country, like such as America. America is the largest economy in the world, which is about $23.6 trillion coming from America alone. That is about 25% of the global economy coming from one country. And America has been the largest economy in the world, not only today, for the past 10 years or 20 years, for more than 150 years, starting from 1871 until today, America is the largest economy in the whole world, ladies and gentlemen. For comparative purpose, I would like to also mention here that before America became the largest economy in the world, which country is the largest economy? The answer is that, ladies and gentlemen, it was India. India was the largest economy in the whole world for about 1,800 years, ladies and gentlemen. One can imagine the situation. And the Britishers have stolen the money. They occupied India like Spain and like America, like other colonial masters occupied Philippines. So the same thing had happened. And eventually, more than $45 trillion worth of money has been stolen by the Britishers from the Indian economy and looted everything. We're not going to go to the details of that. Now, the point of the matter here is that education is an important segment here. If you would like to destroy a nation, any nation in the world, you need to lower the standards of education. Automatically, that itself will take care to destroy the nation. You don't need to use the atomic bombs. You don't need to use the nuclear weapons. You don't need to use the atomic Kalashnikov guns to kill the people. AK-47 guns, or whatever the war tanks and whatever the mortars that the military uses. You don't need all those things, ladies and gentlemen. In order to destroy any nation in the world, you just need to lower the education standards. So meaning that the doctor that you produce with a low skill or no skill, instead of promoting the welfare of a patient or a human being, you will kill the patient. The people are died in the hands of those fake doctors or who are unqualified doctors with low skills, with low levels of knowledge and the wisdom and the dexterity that they obtained from their educational institution because of they are just copying and pasting or copying and trying to pass getting the degrees that never take us anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The second point is that the engineer who has obtained the degree qualification and he is assigned a duty or a task to design a dam, and the dam that is built or the housing complexes that are being built by such kind of engineers will collapse. And eventually that can also kill hundreds and thousands of people. And the economist and the accountant who come with the lower levels of education, they will always be corruptive. They always try to find their own ways to loot the money and to try to weaken the system, the financial and accounting system. And the same lawyers and judges who come with the low levels of education, they will also create a problem. They never justify to establish the justice in that country. So meaning that if there is no justice, there is no peace in that country. So peace and justice, they go hand in hand, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the priests that we talk about, the priests and whatever the other temples and mosques and the churches, and all those priests also will perform the same without having any moralities, without having any ethics. So this is how the whole world is going to be destroyed, or any country in the world will be destroyed by lowering the standards of education. So we need to maintain the standards of education, ladies and gentlemen. There is nothing more than excellency. There is nothing more than having some standards, great values for education. So we need to uphold the educational standards all the time. Our neighboring nation here, Zimbabwe, is considered to be one of the poorest countries in the whole world. Out of 175 countries that are listed, Zimbabwe can stand maybe in the rank of 172 or 73. So Zimbabwean education standards, they uphold despite of that key challenges today. So any country which uphold the educational standards, they never become poor, ladies and gentlemen. Or any country which are trying to find their shortcut ways to get the degrees and papers, even if it is a rich country, it is not going to be sustainable, ladies and gentlemen. So one has to think about that. Now, the education trend, the way that we are seeing for the past 200 years in the education system, the curriculums that are being designed and the budgets that are being allocated and that are not sufficient. The people, they can't afford to pay for the education for their qualifications, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated to you, in Philippines alone, we got probably 1,750 colleges. Private institutions, they need the money. If you do not have the capacity to pay the money, you can't afford to get your qualifications. So, meaning that it's not the education that can be compared with the cost, with the money, but is also comparable with the quality, standards, excellency. There's no shortcut method for the excellence, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to uphold, in the interest of time, I don't know, Dicey, how much time do I have? Probably I would like to Do I
You
have
still
a few
have,
more minutes?
yes, you still have 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay,
10
that's
minutes.
good. Thank you very much. That's good, yes. Well, so therefore, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at in the Philippines arena, if you look at the trend that we've been experiencing, or across the globe, that is not only applicable to Philippines alone, but in the rest of the world, the private education has been dominating the entire education system. So whether it is good to go with that, or whether it is not good to go with the private education system, that is another topic of debate. But we always must make sure that we have to establish the education system, because of the fact that you are not only educating the people for this generation, ladies and gentlemen, you are educating the people for the future generations also. That is why there is a saying that if you would like to plan for a year, and if you want to plan for a generation, if you want to plan for a year, you just plant some seeds where you grow the food grains, and then you get the wheat or the rice, or then you try to survive with that 1 year. If you wanted to plan for a decade, then plant trees, because trees are going to give you not only the shade, but also it will try to take all the carbon dioxide that we release and also give us some fresh oxygen. And if you wanted to plan for 100 years, you educate the people. So meaning that this is the Chinese a phrase, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you that if you wanted to have a future development of your generations, and then you need to educate the people. Educate with high standards. Educate with excellency. There's no other, only with the education that you connect with the people actually. If somebody who is considered to be the smartest and the most brilliant person, you don't need to be rich like Elon Musk, or he doesn't need to be rich like Jeff Bezos, who is the richest man in the whole world with about $200 billion. And probably third richest man is Bill Gates. He doesn't need to be rich enough. Bill Gates doesn't have a degree, and none of these guys, they have master's or PhD degree. Some of our people sitting here in this platform, they got PhD and they are aspiring for the PhD. None of those three richest people that I mentioned, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, who happened to, born and brought up in South Africa, now he became the second richest man. He doesn't have any master's or PhD degree. And the third richest man, Bill Gates, he was a dropout from Harvard University. So you cannot compare the richness and the money with that of the education. Your education is the only thing that nobody can steal, the knowledge and the wisdom that you acquired through your hard work. All the money that you earn, anybody can steal with scams, with internet scams, or with some thieves will come and steal it. But education cannot be stolen because it is there in the mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must respect the education. And you as teachers here, some of you are teachers, some of you are educational management gurus and experts. So I'd like to mention one point here, that always try to make sure that we got 4 categories of teachers. Number 1 is mediocre teacher and average teacher. An average teacher always tells. So meaning that if you go to the classroom environment, he or she can take the maybe a book or a PowerPoint, they just read the PowerPoints. If you have knowledge in your mind, you don't need PowerPoint. Your mind must become a PowerPoint, ladies and gentlemen. So nowadays, the technology, the advanced technology for the past 1.5 to 2 decades, everybody begin to not using their brain, they're using the PowerPoint. If you do not have the point, then you use the PowerPoint. If you have a point in your mind, you don't need any PowerPoint. So therefore, one has to think that education is an important thing. And if Dicey prepare a PowerPoint, I can simply read it here as if it is my own PowerPoint. So what is the use of, somebody else is preparing PowerPoint and somebody else is reading? It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. So that is why the mediocre teacher, the first category of teachers, mediocre teachers, average teachers, they just reads. They just tell. The good teacher explains, and the better teacher demonstrate. And finally, the last category, but on the top category, teacher, the best teacher inspires. Inspiration is better than any other. You as a guru, if you inspire in Korea, that means you are adding a great value to the society and societal building, ladies and gentlemen. So with these few words from my side, in the interest of time, I'd like to thank Daisy Galgana, the PhD student, and also Maria, and all other students who are sitting here on this platform, and also, probably different people and different experts and different experienced eminent speakers. And I would like to thank the university for bringing me on board onto this platform to share some of my views. And although, a professor always speak a lot, and I have got a lot to share, but I also, because it must be almost about 1 o'clock lunchtime in Philippines, and it's getting close to 6:52 in the morning for me in South Africa. So I would like to conclude by stating that we mustn't lose the hope. Hope is considered to be the poor man bread. Despite of the challenges Philippines is facing today, we got poverty, about 22% people living below poverty line in Philippines. And so many people, they could not able to earn decent salaries. And so many people, they cannot able to pay for their school fees or college fees or university fees. They are keeping themselves probably away from the learning process. So therefore, it is only a time that good days will come, and Philippines are always remain to be a good people. And wherever they go, they also create some mark that they are friendly people, they are welcoming people, they are warm-hearted people. That is the beauty of the human being, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to be rich. If you want to invite somebody wholeheartedly, you are more richer than any other richest person in terms of money, ladies and gentlemen. Your heart must be rich, not your money, not your buildings, not your kind of bank balance. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that things will come, maybe things will improve, and Philippines economy is been declined more than 4.2%. It was shrunk. We went into minus 4.2%. So we hope by next year, by June, July next year, the economy can be back onto the track, and people, those who lost their employment opportunities, those who lost their educational opportunities, they'll be back to the track. I've never been to Philippines myself, although I traveled widely across the globe, but I would love to come one of the days to Philippines, and I hope to see you face to face one of the days in the near future. So with these few remarks from my side, I thank the university, I thank all the organizers, and thank all the participants. Thank you one and all.
All right, so a round of applause to our speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravinder Rena. We are indeed very grateful to have you here. Welcome to our country, Philippines. Thank you so much for taking your time with us.
Absolutely,
sir,
pleasure,
my heart is full actually seeing you here today, because despite of the fact that it's too early in your country in South Africa, okay, I really thank you for coming over and giving us your time and effort. Thank you so much, Sir Rai.
It's indeed a pleasure. My pleasure, Daisy.
Yeah.
And I wish you good luck for your PhD studies and all
Yes.
the great young minds here. I wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
Okay, and of course, we would like to thank you for giving us a very comprehensive discussion about directing educational trends in the post-COVID-19 era, because you took us to the history of pandemic, the beauty of our country, the educational system across the globe. We really need to maintain the quality of education that we have despite of what we are experiencing right now, and we need to uphold dearly the standard of our educational system. Thank you so much to you, Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena.
Yes, thank you so much po, Professor Ravinder Rena. So at this juncture, let's have po first the open forum For our participants, if you have queries or clarifications, you can key in your questions to our chat box. And
Yes.
allow me to read first, no, words of commendations to for our speaker. So thank you so much, Dr. Rena. Welcome to the Philippines po from Ma'am Nerissa and Concepcion. And from Dean Ramona Prado, education cannot be undermined. Do not lower the standard. It has to be maintained and sustained. Hope to meet you personally too, Dr. Rena, in the future. Keep safe. Thank you for sparing your valuable time. We are very happy with you today. Thank you very much, Dr. Rina. That is also from Ma'am Rowena de la Cruz.
Thank you.
So I guess our participants do not have questions, no, because everything was clearly stated or discussed by our highly competent speaker. Again, we have another words of encouragement, commendation from Maria Jenica C. Thank you, Doc Rina. It is a pleasure to have you here. From Ma'am Helen Binag, thank you, Doctor, for the words of encouragement. And from Ma'am Nerissa Ann Concepcion, thank you so much for sharing your expertise to us. Such an insightful discussion. Okay, and at this point, allow me to read the citation of our certificate, and we would like also to invite our Dean, Dr. Ramona Prado, University of Caloocan City Graduate School, Doctor of Philosophy, major in Educational Management, Certificate of Recognition is merited upon Dr. Ravinder Rena for imparting his meritorious service and invaluable time as a resource speaker in bringing light on the topic directing educational trends in the post-COVID-19 era with the theme Reimagining Education in the Post-COVID-19 Era, made possible on June 13, 2021. Accorded this 13th day of June 2021, Caloocan City, Philippines, via Zoom platform, signed by Dr. Ramona A. Prado, Professor, Program Director, Dean of the College of Education, and Dr. Melchor S. Julianes, Vice President for Students Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School. Once again, thank you so much po, Professor Dr. Ravinder Rena.
We are very lucky to have you today, sir, and really thank you so much, Dr. Rena.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure always.
All right, so let's move on to the next part of our program.
Yes. So once again, thank you, Dr. Rina. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on for the vote of thanks. Okay. Okay, for the vote of thanks, closing remarks, Ms. Rowena de la Cruz, our special education teacher from SDO Bulacan.
So while waiting for Ma'am Rowena de la Cruz, let's proceed first to our impression. No, let's have the impression. Okay. So today's webinar will not be successful if our participants have not learned something from our highly caliber speakers. Of course, they've learned a lot from them. No, at this point, we will have our impression and the sharing of insight from our dynamic participants. The first person to share is from Bagong Barrio National High School. Let's all welcome Mr. Richard Pabia. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon po. Am I audible po?
Yes po, sir. You're audible.
Okay, thank you po. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. This webinar is truly informative and meaningful. I gained a lot of learnings from our highly competent resource speakers. Indeed, education should remain lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-sustaining despite of our situation. We should develop adaptability and we need to foster innovation. And to have a successful digital learning strategy, we should embrace the less is more principle for online learning. It is best to pare your online learning down to the necessary essentials. That's why we have the most essential learning competences in our curriculum. And also we should use learner-centered design and tap into the power of learning partnerships. This new normal in education is very challenging to us teachers, but through the help of advanced technology and webinars, and of course with the help or with the assistance of our colleagues, we were able to engage ourselves to different platforms. We were able to learn how to operate Google Meet, how to make video lessons, and how to use Canva, and etc. And for the modules, okay, modules should be, of course, religion sensitive, gender sensitive, politically sensitive, and flexible to learners' environment. We need to contextualize our modules. We need to simplify our modules, which shall be applicable to the context of home environment where teachers' supervision is less required. Okay, and I was also enlightened with this one. Before we teach the content, we should teach first our learners how they will learn. We should think of a strategy that will help them develop their skills. And also, I was also enlightened by the concluding words or concluding statement of Dr. Rena. The good teacher explains, the better teacher demonstrates, the best teacher inspires. So that would be all. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Sir Richard, for that very insightful impression po, no? And let's have another one impression from Caloocan High School. Let's have Sir Dan Johnson Badyang. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I heard?
Yes, sir.
I am very privileged and honored to deliver the impression for today's very informative webinar. But before I give my impression, I would like to congratulate all the people behind the successful webinar. The technical working group, the DEM2B students, the admin of University of Caloocan City, and of course, our very competent and distinguished speakers. To all of you, congratulations. This pandemic made us all migrants. We are not used to this kind of setup, but since change is the only constant thing in this world, we have to adapt to our current situation. Allow me to use the concept of our first speaker, Dr. Ariola, that we have to turn challenges into opportunities. And according to ASEC Malcolm Garma, we are already here. It is just how we are going to adapt and deal with it. Dr. Rena from South Africa, truly this webinar is world class. We all looking forward to end of this pandemic, get back to our normal lives. To the eloquent roster of speakers, my gratitude to each and every one through your wisdom and shared knowledge to us and behalf of all educators and students who benefited to this webinar. We can now say that we are equipped and we're ready to face the challenges of the education of the post-COVID era. Thank you and have a blessed Sunday, everyone.
Thank you so much also, Sir Bebyang, for that very insightful impression. So it seems that our participants really learned a lot from our resource speaker. Ma'am Daisy?
Yes, Sir Rai. So once again, thank you so much to Sir Richard and of course from Caloocan High School. Thank you so much. And moving on from for the vote of thanks, I think Ma'am Rowena is now ready. Once again, I would like to welcome SPED teacher from San Luisoy Integrated School to give us the vote of thanks and closing remarks, Ms. Rowena de la Cruz.
Thank you very much, Ms. Daisy. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Rena. Thank you and welcome to the Philippines. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's webinar a resounding success. As William Arthur Ward said, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. So today, I take this opportunity to express my deepest sense of gratitude and appreciation to all those who make this event such a huge success. To begin, on behalf of UCC Graduate School Class of DEM 2B, I would like to thank our resource speakers, namely ASEC Malcolm Garma, Dr. Eunice Mariette Ariola, and Dr. Ravinder Rena, who despite their busy schedule has spared their invaluable time to grace this webinar and also for enlightening us with their commendable talk about their topic. Again, thank you ASEC Garma, Doc Eunice, and Doc Rena. Now I place on record our gratitude to our program director, the UCC Dean of College of Education, Dr. Ramona Prado, for her generous support for this webinar. Your encouragement has constantly bolstered all our endeavors. Thank you, Dr. Prado, for your unstinted support. Next, I would like to thank also our well-loved UCC Dean of College of Graduate School, Dr. Melchor S. Julianes, for his inspiration. Thank you, Doc Julianes, for your kindness, interest, hospitality, and continued support. Also, I'd like to thank all of our distinguished guests present in this webinar. I hope you gained so much information from the topic discussed. Thank you again for your presence. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my DEM 2B classmate for your untiring presence and contribution in making this webinar not just resounding, but a very huge success. Thank you so much to you all. And once again, thank you everyone for your presence. And I hope we all have a good day ahead.
Thank you so much, Ma'am De La Cruz, for that very inspiring closing message, no? And of course, for providing our vote of thanks to those people who really extended their time and effort to attend this webinar. Okay, so once again, thank you. And we would like also to extend our deepest gratitude to all our participants from different universities and schools around Metro Manila and the NCR Plus. Okay.
Yes, sir, right. So thank you so much. Of course, we have come to the end of our webinar. And thank you, everybody. Thank you to our participants, to our great speakers. Thank you so much for gracing our program or event for today. We are truly grateful to all of you.
And a reminder po for our participants, kindly please fill out this Kwame form or this Google form for our evaluation, because this will be the basis for receiving your e-certificate. Okay? We hope that this day has enlightened and provided us insightful learning engagement. Again, do not forget to answer our electronic attendance. It is posted in our chat box. At the same time, our evaluation form. So at this point, we would like also to thank again our program management team, the UCC administration, our dean of the College of Education, the dean of the graduate school, our classmates, no? Of course, our participants who joined us today. So this has been Mr. Ryan Romnick B. Sanchez, one of your moderators.
Yes, and thank you so much. This is Daisy Galgana. Thank you for listening. Thank you for coming. Stay safe, everyone. Dr. Rena, thank you so much.
Bye for now. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Dr. Rena.
Thank you so much, sir. See you again soon.
Thank you also, Miss Margaret, for assisting us.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Baelio.
Thank you, Ma'am
God bless
Baelio.
you po.
Thank you po.